Let's see if it worked this time. Saying something on YouTube. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Nope, we gotta make that small. Let's get this moving. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Check 1, 2, mic check. You know what I didn't do is I didn't, I'm gonna bring this up. Bro. Bring this over here, I believe. Okay. And then let's get right into the market brief. Good morning out there. Welcome back. I hope you're all able to see the Eclipse yesterday, or if you live in the West, maybe you said, screw the Eclipse. We get some of the best sunsets and sunrises you could ever want. We had a blast yesterday. I got some pictures and stuff. We'll talk about it here later if we get some time this morning. We've got some. Hold on a second. I got some. Someone's calling me here. I don't know who's calling me. Stocks rise as Wall Street looks ahead to March inflation report above. We had a nice little drive higher this morning. We are coming back down right now to retest the hourly trigger and the New York close. I believe the New York close was at 518.65 yesterday. We also have some reports coming out about Rafa this morning, and we've got yields falling, dollar falling, likely geared towards this threat going on. Israel, I guess, came out and said they've got a date to launch the offensive, but then there are some reports coming out from the New York Times saying that Iran has smuggled arms into the West Bank in order to cause unrest with Israel. And you might already know that as of Wednesday, I think there's a holiday that's ending. So it looks like there's some contentious stuff going on. So be aware of that. And it looks like the market is de-risking over that. Now, we are coming down, trading 518.96 right now. The hourly trigger is at about right about the hourly trigger right now, and then we've got the New York close again at 518.65 just below it. What else do we have this morning? We've got Google unveiling custom ARM-based chips following similar efforts at rivals Amazon and Microsoft. And we've got GM continues reinvention of Buick brand with new Enclave SUV. I love what they're doing with EVs, by the way. I was talking about their EV trucks that they released the other day. I was looking at those instead of the Cybertruck. What else do we have here? Oil steady as Israel-Hamas ceasefire negotiations stall. Netanyahu sets date for that Rafah offensive. We can read this maybe later on this morning if you want. And what else do we have here? I think that's all I've got for you. I did last night in last night's brief. review the bank stocks that are going to report this Friday. So if you're able to take a look at that market brief, I was discussing that last night with you guys. We'll pay attention to, I'll put those tickers up for you this morning, and we'll track those as we lead into Friday, where yesterday was flat. It looked like they were pricing in some of this earnings season already. What else do we have this morning? Financial juice. Blah, 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 blah. White House Economic Advisor Brainard expects steady progress on inflation in the coming months. I did notice that some reports came out in the past day or two discussing the all over the place discussions on inflation and also the gambling Fed funds rate that's been going on. Some of these articles, though, only discussed recent discussions about whether we cut or not. But this shit's been going on since October, December, right? Can't have no volatility in the market, so you kind of have to create volatility in the marketplace. We just tested the hourly trigger, by the way. U.S. Redbook year over year, actual 5.4%. Forecast per previous was 5.2%. What else do we have here? I'll go over the bond stuff with you, and I'll also go over the CPI prep with you later on this morning. What else do I have for you here? Today is Tuesday. We've got the optimism index that came out at 6 a.m. And then Wednesday is, of course, the big day this week. We've got CPI. Also note, I'll show you the SPX vol curve for today and tomorrow. Kind of peak out tomorrow, and then it just dumps right off after tomorrow. Now, of course, that whole Rafa thing or Gaza Strip could put a fly in that ointment. We also have CPI, of course. We've got Michelle Bowman speaking at 8:45. But then at 10 we have wholesale inventories. The big one is going to be CPI, and then of course the Fed minutes, which no one seems to be talking about. I don't know why I haven't heard much about the minutes. So I'm kind of scratching my head over that, where there's no discussion over the minutes. Everyone's like, and I was thinking about this last night. I was like, everybody's focused on CPI, 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 CPI. Not a whisper about the minutes. But then on Thursday, we still have a little bit more volatility. We've got claims. Then we've got PPI, of course, which we should get some information from CPI to think about what's going to happen with PPI. We roll right into a bunch of reports coming up into the end of the week. So we've got the start of earnings season, and then most people out there that have to pay their taxes have likely already maybe sold their NVIDIA positioning to pay taxes for partying too hard on the year and stuff like that. So I'm not expecting too much more from that kind of stuff. Next week on Monday, we got retail sales here. We've got business inventories. I got a bunch of Fed little and big Fed speakers again, and then we've got housing starts, building permits on Thursday. Wednesday, we've got the Beige Book. It's a big one. And then, of course, we're back to claims again on Thursday, the 18th. So this seems to be the big week, right? We got the big week, and then we've got the start of earnings season. I did make a post this morning showing GDP should crank up and Q2 and level out on a high in Q3 and then start to drop off as we head into Q4 of 2024. Maybe we want to take a look at that this morning. We also have some auctions today. So today is the 9th, and we got the 42-day bill auction at 11:30, 3-year note auction here at 1 p.m. So 11:30, 1 p.m. Some big moments here for the market today, or at least for the rest of today. And then again, don't forget all this big news tomorrow morning. Looking ahead for you. Hold on a second here. Get rid of all that for now. SPX Gamma this morning. Gamma landscape changed a little bit. Volatility begins right here. Gamma flip this morning is at 5225-ish, 5225-ish, right in there. Now they're trying to sell this here, slam this price down as best they can. Local resistance is at 5250. We're in a pickle in the middle right now. I want to show you this too right here. This is where you're buying the dip. This is real support right here in the market. And this is currently right where we are, right? So this is where SPY is right now. We don't want to lose this. We get this is begin volatility, but we really do. This is kind of like your buy the dip area. If we start to lose this support, if the buyers are no longer here down below, right? They start to disappear here on this hourly. This is right where the hourly trigger is as well. If the buyers start to disappear here, we've already gone down and checked the daily trigger, right? So a trip down lower would be really fast to the downside. And also we might go even lower, and we would start to validate lower lows down here to 5,100. So we really don't want to be losing this, right? We've already tested this down below, right? We're kind of like coiling up here, coiling, slam it down, right back up, come back up here, coil it, try to push it back up today, try to push it back down again. And you can see that the market's trying to get a new low, and that's not here. It's actually way down here. This is where things become dangerous, losing that 5,100. You start to trigger trend selling in the marketplace. And that's where all these guys are in here. These guys are all packed up in here, and it gets kind of dangerous, right? You start closing gaps down below over here, start seeing all this gaps and all this stuff down here, start to see all this sauce down here, going all the way back to October. Is where all these trend guys got involved, right? Start pushing prices higher and higher and higher. So we want to pay close attention to this. Make sure we're not. There's volatility and then there's negative gamma, and we can buy the dip down here all day long, but we start stretching, or not stretching, but we start getting down here, right? Rejecting here, and start heading lower, and it becomes sell the rip. There's no more buy the dip. Once you get down below, right around here, somewhere in here, start getting down here, and it starts getting pretty vicious. We start right down here. We start to turn to sell the rip down in this zone right here, and they'll start filling all this stuff out down here. You can kiss all that gamma to the upside goodbye. So you want to monitor this. Pay very close attention to this buy the dip zone down here. And also, they'll start invalidating all this upside here. And we've begun to lose once again. Call gamma to the upside from hedging in the market for CPI and likely for that whole RAFA stuff. This morning on Discord, I said, you just buy cheap puts. There's nothing in this. My point here is that, like, RAFA can be a nothing burger, but let's say they do something horrific and they some sort of large-scale terrorist attack. There's nothing you can do about that. Market's going to go straight down the depths of hell. I assure you that this call gamma that's rolling off today, and there's likely going to be instantaneous hedging either yesterday or today based on that RAFA news. If you're long the underlying market, it just doesn't not pay to do that. So it does pay one way or another. Your underlying is either going to go up if nothing happens with RAFA, or if something really tragic happens with RAFA, you are going to see the market literally like straight down. Like it's no big. If it's something big, if it's like a big terrorist attack, bunch of civilians die, that kind of stuff. So it does behoove you today to at least pay attention to that world news. And I'm not saying like load the boat on puts, get some 5-cent, 10-cent puts, some kind of doom shit that's a few days out, so that if it does blast down, you're able to capitalize on that and protect your long holdings in the marketplace. Okay, so we'll leave this up for you this morning. Let me see if I can leave this over here a little bit so you can see it better. This is begin volatility. This is local resistance. This is where we're buying the dip down below. This is SPX gamma here. Let's see if I can slide back over. Let's go to some positioning here. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. Let's look at the daily chart first. Take a peek at this. And let me see if I can mute some of, see if I can get rid of this here. Actually, what we'll do is we'll delete all of this. I want to show you guys something here. And mute, where's my camera, webcam frame? camera. Where's the camera? Mute that right there. And where's the chat box? Chat box is going to stay, but I'm going to make it smaller. Just down here for a minute. And this is some stuff that I've been discussing inside of the market briefs. And it's this area back over here we've been discussing here. And I want you to just pay attention to like this whole area right here. And you kind of have that going on right now, right? You can kind of see that right now. Same kind of situation going on. Oh, right here. Wait a minute. Right down in here, right? Probably put it right up. You could actually go right about there. And one thing that I mentioned to you guys was, you know, you got like 1, 2, 3. Kind of get like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. One key thing here is, or to highlight this here is, this is consolidation, right? We knew that this was consolidation because we went up, right? 2020 vision. But one of the ideas behind consolidation is we come up, make a new high, and we don't have any progress in lows, right? No progress to the downside as we rotate, or we're rotating out of the market, out of risk, and you see like acceleration in price to the downside. It's one of the key things to be looking at on a daily basis, at least, for not seeing that consistent downside move. That's consolidative and not distribution. Distribution looks more like, boom, we're down, right? I get underneath it, boom, down, right? This is de-risking. This actually leads to a liquidation point in the market, where we have that last little blood down. We get down to the weekly trigger. We get down to the monthly trigger, stuff like that. So this is consolidative, right? And it resolves to the upside. We move all the way up, 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 whatever. And that same thing, we get some range expansion going on here, right? You can see the range expansion going on. We got to push up. Big old push up from right here. Bam, push up, right? Push it up one more time. Push it up one more time, right? And it's like slam straight down, right? And what are we doing again? Pushing it right back up again. And why are we doing this? Because so far this looks like consolidation, doesn't it? It doesn't look like looks like expansion, doesn't it? And for an upside move, not a downside move. And you would have known this too quickly if none of this happened here. If we were like, hey, we're de-risking the market, you would have seen a failure here by bulls, of buyers. You get it? Like failure by buyers. Now we ain't buying that shit. There's a lot of danger in the marketplace. Boom, we're going to roll this down, catch a new low, right? Try it one more time, and then boom, we're off to the races, right? That's how fast this stuff happens. You guys know how this happens, right? It's fast. You start de-risking the market. So are we at a de-risking point, right? Are we risk off? No, or at least at the moment we aren't, right? We're not at risk off. There's nothing saying we're at risk off. We actually can see on market breadth, PPOs, PMOs, those are all coming down, but yet price isn't following. So we're not quite there yet. If we do prove to be there, if at any point we start to lose this consolidation and we start to see aggressive pricing or selling, which I'm assuming you guys think, or a lot of you out there are thinking CPI is going to be the catalyst, right? Roth will be the rest of it, and we head right down to the weekly trigger minimum. Now, I will say this: if this begins to happen at any point, right? If we keep buying the dip on the delayed trigger, keep buying the dip, and everything is honky-dory, everything is fine, we keep going up and up and up, hit that 530, which is all I think we go. I only think we go to this 530 up here, and then we're right back down to this nonsense, and then we're back up to 550, and then we actually get the blast down. We might even break through the weekly trigger at that point. But it's more like range expansion than anything is the big thing that I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at that more so than I am with the yeah, you know what? Start fucking raining down. I'm with the bears on this eventuality. I just don't think that it plays out in 1 or 2 days. And if that begins to happen, we're here for it. We know where that begins to happen. We know it happens below the daily trigger. We know that once that begins to happen, and this is part of my market brief last night, right? Whether we're going sideways or up here, and this is kind of indicative that we're going to roll at some point. But the idea here is this: it's very simple. In this market brief I said last night was, a lot of people say, well, I didn't feel confident buying this entire run up from October. Missed the entire thing, Cap. I missed this one, Cap. I missed this one, Cap. And we're here once again. So, I mean, I don't know how many chances you get, right? You get a chance, and you get another chance. And I want to preface this with something. If you are, constantly top buying, you're constantly on the wrong side of the trade, right? And if that's the complaint, or if that's the issue that you have, right? When we're down here on these consolidations, you're still not putting risk on. And these are the places where you put the risk on, right? Put the risk on here, believe it or not. Here is where you put the risk on, right? Here where I'm writing. And what happens is you're out there and you're like, well, I missed this cap, I missed this cap, I missed that cap. I didn't feel confident at all. And every time we're here, you also flip into, well, we might crash here 2 cap. We might crash here 2 cap. We might crash 2 here cap, and here cap, and here cap, and here cap. Now this might be the one. This might be the one where you're like, well, cap, this time cap, the market looks like it's rolling over. It doesn't really matter. If you're going to be a part of this market, right? If you're an investor in this market, if you are long this market in any way, shape, or form, these are your places to buy. This is where you actually buy. You actually buy there. You actually buy there. You actually buy there. You actually buy there. You add and you add and you add. And why do you do that? Because even if it does roll, you started down here. And let's say you started right here. This is still the place where you at least know if it goes against you that it's going to go down. You actually know it's going to go down, right? So this is called when you come to this market and you're like, hey, I want to put some risk on, these are the places. It's not here. It's not here. It's not up here. It's not up here. It's not up here. It's not up there. That's how you get torched. You get torched when you do that. So just trader psychology, also investor psychology, that kind of stuff. You need to be putting the risk on here and managing that risk when you're here. So if you're longing the market here, up here, right, and you know that we have targets above at 530, you know that we have targets above at, 530, 535, we can start right here. We got a target there. We have another target at 550, and this is where we're looking to go. Then you buy the dip. You don't get worried. Now, if you were like, well, Cap, I don't even want to do any of this up here. I want to wait for a lower low down here. Well, you might be waiting, is my point. You could be waiting, or you might just get left behind where we just continue to go higher, right? You do this, and you do that. Even this pullback, you would have been just like right around the same area anyways, right? So you should have been buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip, and attacking all this. And if we keep going up, right, start trading 6,000, you're going to look back on all this and be like, shit, I should have bought the dip. Even if you get caught in here, and rolled down, we still have targets to the upside where you'd be fine over time anyways. And we're not in risk off in this market either, are we? And we'd also discussed here 1990s, right? This 1990s trade where even if we were to roll down violently, if I'd told you in 30 or 60 days we'd be up here, you wouldn't believe me. You'd be down here. Oh, shit. So if you watch the 1990s, it was wild in the 90s. We'd go up here, blast down, right? And it wasn't like we rolled. And it wasn't like we did this shit, down there. It was kind of like wham straight down and wham straight back up. We're talking like a month, and then wham up here and literally down here and then bam 9,000 and bam 12,000. So if we're going to do that kind of stuff, I would gander and bet that if you were buying, or if you're like, Cap, this is the one, man. Once we get down here, I'd be like, well, dude, you should be buying this right now. We're going to go to 6,000. Be like, no, Cap, we're going down there. Right. And of course, we're all the way up riding. And what you got to do is you got to grin and bear it as this is going on, is the point that I'm trying to make. Buy the dips and then look for those higher highs. And people say things like, well, this run is amazing, Cap. I'm like, nah, not really. If you look at the top here back in 2022, right, it really isn't that high, is it? We've only been up, I think this is 10 or 13%. Any pullback down in here should get bought. And why do people telling you that it's not getting bought? Okay, I'm going to explain the reasoning behind this. You got this dragon formation here, right? If you know anything about Wyckoff theory and shit like that, right, what happens is you either do a touch and go and you're off and running, right? Or there's a different schematic that says this is distribution to the downside. And so that's what they want, right? These sellers are like, no, we want this trade over here. They wanted it over here too. They wanted it over here. Remember when they were talking about all that shit as they're coming all-time highs? They were like, yeah, it's doom and gloom and doom and gloom. I think even Jimmy, Jimmy, I forget his name, but he's like, hey, you're not going to do it the first time. You just keep pounding, then eventually rip to the upside. We're not up that much. This is 2024, April. We're not up that much. This is way back in January of 2021, right? Or 2022, excuse me. The market has not moved that much higher. This is not a lot of gains for 2022, 2023, and 4 months into. To be up 10% since the start of 2022 is not as much as you really think it is for the growth and expansion that takes place in our market and our economy over time. For us to be, you might get that, but there's no reason for us to not continue up and to the right right now. And the bulls are, there's two things here. Like, you have all this doom and gloom, then you got this inflation bullshit, a huge correction all the way down here to almost down to the quarterly trigger. How often we come down here? Not often. Came down here in the COVID, right? How often do we get there? Not too frequently, right? Last time was 2011. And we got back down here in the COVID crash. We got almost back down here in 2022. I don't know how much more you want. I know what you want. You want this down here to zero. But that's not how the market works. Not how the stock market works. Not how any of this stuff works. So when you start to scale out a little bit and look a little bit, this is the greatest trick right here that the Fed pulled on you. Bought time for the market. Bought time for these triggers to come up. And when they bought all that time, it resulted in a huge upside move to put us about 10% higher. And, we should continue up here. Not down, not de-risk, not go to zero, no burning tires in New York City, none of that stuff. So when you're scaling out a little bit, looking in the past, it's kind of hard to see the bear case that's anything more than a pullback, consolidation, consolidative pullback of some kind. So as long as this stuff in here holds, this 5,100, right, talked about right here, as long as this consolidation holds, should be continuing up to the upside. I do agree with the range expansion here because everybody's we got political stuff coming up. We've got geopolitics coming up. We've got rate questions coming up. Some of this is just created too. Some of this is just manufactured by people for this range expansion to even be taking place. So anyways, when you're here, you buy the dip. When we get underneath this daily trigger, we can begin to talk about selling the rip. We can begin to talk about, hey, you know what? We had that low right there, and we blasted down below it, and it's starting to look like what? It's starting to look like let's sell the rip and get down here to this weekly trigger. And we're still not there right now. Until we get there, it is a buy the dip environment. And I will tell you something else. In this market, since the beginning of time, You keep timing this shit. Keep saying this is the top. This is the top. You are wrong. Technically, you're wrong. I don't know, 20 times out of or you're right 1 out of 20 times. You're what you. And I know most of you that are calling tops out there, not you watching the show, but a lot of the top callers, they just keep saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it louder and louder and louder until they're fucking right. That's what they do. They say it right. They say it again and again. They change their handles. They do all this other crap. They like create a new handle. They just say it loud enough, and then you give them their day of glory when we start to roll over. I don't know that makes for anything, or that matters. Has anything to do with the price of the stock market, or whether you're long or short, whether you're long the market or not. But I assure you of one thing: they're wrong. They're wrong all the time. They're constantly wrong. It's like, imagine being wrong 20, 30 times in major moves in the market. So right now we're parked on the hourly trigger. If you are along this market, you hedge here, of course, because of the Rafa stuff. If we go down and blast below that daily trigger, we'll turn into sell the rip. Otherwise, you're just kind of hanging out, looking for a place to long the market. And you already had a chance to do that, right? You already had the chance right down here. There was your chance to buy the underlying market on the daily trigger right here. And guess who's doing well right now? That person's doing great. Person's doing just fine. He's long right down here. He's got no worries right now. Zero. He's got zero worries down here. If he owns the S&P 500, what does he care? He's got not a care in the world. He can protect that investment with some 0-day puts, 1-day puts, weekly puts. They're 10 cents. Otherwise, he's like a happy clam. And hopefully you get that opportunity as well to put some risk on the market so that we can go up, not down, but up. And I'll tell you what, this guy that's long down here too, right? This guy that's long down here has no worries, zero worries, unless we begin to break down below, right? He's got his cheap puts on, gets underneath it, start rejecting. He goes, you know what? I'll take my cards off the table. We got a new low over here. I got my puts covering me over here. I'm long the market, and now I'll turn into sell the rip, or I'll sit on my hands and try to get in lower to the downside. I'll try to jump in the weekly trigger or the monthly trigger down below. But otherwise, there shouldn't be any sweating by bulls out there at all. There should be zero sweating by a bull out here. As a matter of fact, what else is happening here that we can see? What's something else cool that we can see here? What else is going on here? We've got the hourly trigger going higher. I know that's a bear flag. But what else is going on? Price is going up and 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 up off of that hourly trigger. It's been going up consistently as long as you buy that hourly trigger, right? So if you bought the daily trigger, you could have bought the hourly trigger there, could have bought the hourly trigger there, and there, and there, and there, and there, like non-stop the entire way. And we're parked on the hourly trigger right now. So we'll see if there's another opportunity to buy this right now. And we'll watch this very closely and see if that is the case. And that's what they're doing down here, right? Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Silver making its way higher yet again until you see a daily red candle, tweezer reversal of some kind. You'll be looking for one big green bar up on the daily and then one red bar down. You'll know that the run is over for silver. NVDA blasting down this morning. Same thing that's been going on with NVDA. I did see someone, I think it was JPM, discussing some kind of like that we made a bunch of money off of NVDA and AI stocks, and we're ready to de-risk and put some risk on in other places in the marketplace. You can probably see some of that trade here this morning. QQQ's just parked right now. Notice how Q's isn't giving itself up in the market, so it looks like there's money actually rotating, not necessarily in AI stocks. CL right now getting blooded to the downside. Still, Bitcoin made a nice huge move up, traded 72,000. Now it's parked on some support. It's still looking to consolidate in here. The upside price target on Bitcoin is still 80,000, not 84,000. I might even take some risk off of like 8 or 79 or somewhere in there. Daily trigger keeps pumping higher and higher and higher, and that as well. Dixie. I wanted to show you this on Dixie if you can. Bitcoin, baby. I did this thing over here, and the reason I made that, these things are garbage. I don't like them, but people love to see them. But it is fascinating that it looks kind of like that, doesn't it? Kind of looks like that same thing, doesn't it? Right? Not too far off, right? And right now we've got Dixie blooding down into its daily and weekly trigger. And what does it look like here? Something similar, right? Smash, smash, smash. Daily trigger's rolling a little bit right now too, right? See it rolling over a little bit. If you get trapped in here on Dixie and they start blooding it back down to down here, you could see what? You could see a big squeeze in the marketplace. Where's the target? 530. Second target is 550. So you see some kind of nonsense like this, right? You blast down, you hit 530, then we start consolidating again on 5,000, and then boom, we get the rip to 550. So be aware of this on Dixie. And now I'd put Dixie right back down to about $1. By the end of the month, $1.03, let's call it, somewhere just under $1.03. And you can also look back on this time. This was roughly end of February, halfway through February, let's call it, and halfway through March. And we had, and it's fascinating, that time period. It was like consolidate, slam up higher, consolidate, slam up higher, consolidate, slam up higher. And this looks very similar on Dixie right now. So we'll pay attention to it. And get rid of that for you on Dixie. TNX has one auction today, so we'll pay close attention to that. IWM holding itself up. I thought, and by the way, I thought this morning that we'd have a blood event on the open. We'd go down and then we'd bounce up much higher. That has not happened. We've had a little bit of that this morning on the opening bell, but not to the downside as I was expecting. I was expecting like a flat open, and then some kind of like a bloodbath down, and then that would be the dip to buy for CPI. But we had a nice squeeze up higher this morning. To me, this looks like this squeeze up higher. To me, looks like counter to the Rafi or Rafa. I said Rafi, but Rafa stuff. That's out there right now. That geopolitical risk that's in the marketplace. GCT still bouncing around its daily trigger. I want to buy a dip down here. I haven't bought one yet. So I'm still waiting on GCT to see what it's going to do. What else I got to say about GCT? The only other thing I would say about this one would be sometimes it makes a nice big huge move down. You get a little bit of blood, and there's actually a dip buy is lower. So if that happens, if GCT like bloods it down here and then it's up here, I'm going to put some of that risk on into that ticker. Still no buy for me in GCT, but it's on my radar. Still waiting and watching it for some kind of like capitulation moment of some kind. SPX already talked about. Tesla making a move higher this morning. I drew this out for you, I believe, yesterday. I am still looking for some kind of a squeeze here, right? But then some kind of a failure. Be careful of the failure on Tesla that took place. I actually took this trade back here, and I got dumped on down below. So be careful of like the bears coming in early. So even though I drew this out yesterday kind of sloppily to 204, it would never shock me to see like that gap get closed and those bears showing, those sellers showing right back up in here, right here. Those bears showing up right there. Just be conscious of this weekly trigger coming down as this trade plays out with Tesla. You guys know that for me, I'm looking for Tesla to reverse course and hit a low of 140. Now, this Tesla trade should go to, I didn't draw this in, but let's try that up there, way up there, 300. So there is a dip buy in here. I just don't think it's just quite yet. Now, I know that a lot of you guys out there think it's like this is it. This is the one. SPY testing its hourly trigger still, trying to squeeze through it and get lower. Let's pay attention to this, make sure we don't get a new low. Did I also do the, I think I deleted it earlier. This is scary to me right here. I don't like that. So I'm a little sick this morning. A little bit of blood here in the hourly trigger. Doom. Doom, 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 baby. Trading 518.42. Give me one quick second here. Right here. I want to buy this right here. That's what I want to buy. See if we can get it, catch a buy, a dip buy down here. Make sure I got this right. That's right there. Just check this one more time, make sure I got this right. Right there. I'm going to come in and try to buy this right now. God, they got them. Fucking calls are stupid expensive. I'm looking at 516, 517. Grand, dude. I'm looking at April 12th, 517C. They're $3.69 right now, 65 cents. Pray for me down here. I'm only going to get a 10 pack because it's so expensive. $3.63. Got an order in now. No fill. Still no fill. Still no fill. Take another like 17 cents off here. A little bit more. Another 13 cents. Give me one big red bar right there. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. You motherfucker. Turn around. Come back down. Oh. Come on back down. There you go. Come on back down. There's a little bit more. This is where I get cheap. So I got an order in right now, and I'm like, do I make it another 10 cents lower? I mean, one more stab to the downside. Big old red bar. A little bit more, a little bit more. Almost there. There we go, right there. I'm content. I'm happy here. We'll watch this daily trigger down here and see if we go down all the way down to this one here. Let's take a look on SPX and see where we are. There's a little more right down here. Little gap right here. Here's where I bought right here. And a little more right down there. Make that a little bit cleaner. So you can see it right here. That's at 51.55 and 51.60. Keep your eyes on this bottom down below here. You see it closer maybe? Right there. It's a gamma node right here. Set up another 10 in case we keep going down. Make it for a total of 30 calls if we can. Still no second buy, just the one buy so far. I want to do a second buy here on the daily trigger and third buy down here if possible. Keep your eyes on the chart in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. See that yellow bar down there? Looking for two more pennies. Still no fill. There we go. Now long 20 for Friday. Keep your eyes on that red bar down below. There's a little bit of a gap left behind here if you can see it down below. Only 20 now. Waiting to see if we come down here and slow down over here at this 512. Otherwise, I'm just on 20. Parked on the daily trigger right now. Let's take a look at down below here. Look at that. Poof. Straight down here. Straight down to this previous low that we had at 51.46. There's a small gap on this red bar down here. That's where that green bar is in your top right-hand screen. Discord's blowing up because we made a post in there this morning to buy cheap puts. And it looks like the Discord's getting paid this morning. And they're asking what I'm doing, and I'm telling them that I'm accumulating 517C for Friday down here. Come on, baby. I still think we can hit this. I still think that we can get down here. Looks like they're stepping in right now. See the buyers in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Stepping in down here in the half hour. Let's check the 1 hour down below really quick. Yeah, they're buying the 1 hour bar too. 4 hour bar. They're buying that too. Looks like they're still there right now. You watch the bottom stuff down here. Do you see this? I'm trying to buy that. They bought this down below. They bought this one right here. And looks like they're buying this 4 hour bar right now. I'm feeling pretty good here, so I feel pretty confident. Now, this is a 1 minute chart that you're looking at here, so you could still see a move down here, and it wouldn't even register on the 1 hour bar or 4 hour bar that you're seeing down below. So we'll see if we can add one more rack down here for 517. I'm going to switch back to a 30 minute. Let's keep an eye on the daily trigger. Or excuse me, the half hour and the hourly trigger. I don't want to see that half hour cross. That can lead to some severe downside moves, some real blooding. Looks like they want to take it right now, right? The front. Watch our bottom screen down here to the left. God, I'm looking at this. I'm reading this. Trying to look up Rafa and Israel. And I hate looking it up on Twitter because of the shit that people post. Like shit that I just don't want to see. This is coming in from Goldman, or just a few moments ago. Goldman's Molavi saying this truly is a dystopian market. The Nasdaq is up 30% from the October 23 low, with 6 stocks accounting for more than 50% of the year-to-date gains. The S&P is at or around all-time highs. The U.S. has added approximately $12 trillion of market cap since the October lows, with 40% of all trading days in Q1 saw record closing highs for the S&P, the most since Q1 2013. We have just seen the combination of a Powell pivot and the AI drive a 25% rally over the last 5 months, which has now begun to broaden out and include other regions and sectors. For example, the revenge of cyclicals over defensives chart and Renault's stock trading up every day, but one in the last month, demonstrate this trend. All of this is happening at a time when interest rates are ticking up, commodities are rallying, geopolitics feels very shaky, and a large portion of the world is about to vote on new leaders. There's a little bit of seasonality to commodities right now. The geopolitics, though, explains the range trading of the market, the expanded range trading, and the voting of new leaders as well, all explained away by expanded range. So trading the extremes. Turn around, baby. Turn around for daddy. I didn't get my third buy down here, so I'm still waiting to see if I can catch it down below. I'm only long 20 right now. Last time I traded this, I made a ton of money. So we'll see if we can make a bunch of money this time too. I made a teacher's paycheck, to be honest with you. Teacher's year paycheck. Last week? We'll see if that happens again. We'll see if we can do it one more time. I'd really like to see it one more. Like to see one more. Like to see one more capitulation. Like we can grab 30. I don't want to grab any more right where we are. One minute check right now. Still no clear for the bulls. Hourly trigger's not moving down. That's good to see. Hourly trigger flat right now. We got one more minute and they'll catch a bar lower. So we'll see if they catch that lower bar. Come on back up, baby. Baby, come back. This is good because I lost some money yesterday. I was buying 0 dates yesterday and I was losing some fucking. I was throwing like, here's 300, here's 600, here's 300, here's 600. Kind of shit. We had that little squeeze into the bell yesterday, and I was watching on my phone, and I didn't get a print. They got fucking smoked. So I need this nice big trade for the week if possible. Now, if you want on my target, it's right here. Should make that so you can see both sides. I don't know if I get this, though. Half hour being bought quite well right now. If you pay attention to this SPX gamma down below, this yellow and red bar, you can see that red line right here. Half hour is being bought currently. Hourly and 4 hour being bought right now. $11.01. Bears trying to own this half hour as well. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that back on. Where's that one? Got a report here. Boeing's quarterly airplane deliveries dropped to 83 amid safety concerns. I've been wanting to trade Boeing and I haven't been. We should look at Boeing as well. I'm leaving it here on Gamma right now. I want to see where this is about. What about Tesla? Did Tesla roll or no? Tesla's holding on just fine. Tesla looks good still. Tesla resilient right now. NVIDIA shares down 3.8% at the low. United States does not have evidence that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. That's U.S. Defense Secretary. Did anybody watch the new? Did anybody watch the new Jon Stewart? I watched that late last night. Israeli media, Israeli media is saying that Israel purchases 4,000 tents for Rafah evacuation. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Nick Timmeros earlier saying the March CPI could validate or upend the idea that hotter than expected inflation readings in January and February reflected new year, new price seasonality. Nick Timmeros out there tweeting all day long today. Says that the March CPI could validate or upend the idea that the hotter than anticipated inflation readings in January and February reflected new year, new price seasonality. Wall Street forecasters expect the core CPI index rose 0.3%, lowering the 12-month rate to 3.7 from 3.8 in February. .3 headline core, 3.7, 3.8. Sorry, I'm trying to read some of this data that he's putting out here this morning. Oh yeah, baby, keep on going. Now the big thing to be watching here is going to be this whole bit up here. Like what I don't want to have happen is we trade up here and then we get pinned, right? Pin nonsense for CPI report tomorrow, and they burn my calls. Just like Theta burned the fuck out of them. So I might consider taking them off up here at 518. They'll be way in the money anyways, so we'll take a look at this. I'm trying to think if I should just hold them through CPI or not. Which sucks about, like, what really sucks about weeklies is that they offer some protection to losses, but I should just take the money and run up here and try to, like wait for another dip or some bullshit. They do this shit to us. It comes like, if it ends up coming into like some kind of like ping ponging action in here waiting for tomorrow, they could be locking me in for the report. I should have fucking bought I should have bought another fucking 10 down here. Bulls buying right now in the half hour. 11:11. Bulls have another 20 minutes. We'll see what they can do in the next 20 minutes. They can make this go up, at least to the 5-minute trigger. Now you got to figure people aren't going to be buying shit heading into CPI, right? Move that over for now. All right. Yeah, I'm looking for the V. I thought I could get another 10, but I don't think I'm going to get them. Whew. Got to be laser focused. I figured that. I'm like, maybe we can get one more leg down and I can grab 10 more, but I'll stick with the 20. So a big old V-shaped recovery. The one fear here, I just said this in the Discord. So if you're a bear or a bull, be very careful of, just into tomorrow where they eat all your put, right? They eat all your puts. They eat all my calls down here. And they range bound us in here into tomorrow, and then you just get eaten up. Puts, calls, doesn't matter. Dealers are end up happy, right? They have priced in the upside, they got priced in the downside. Just be careful that you don't get eaten up into tomorrow. I might take this off. I was thinking of leaving this on, is my point, through CPI, but I'm not sure that I want to, if this shit goes up and I'm already making money, so I'm already in the green, so I don't know what I'm going to do yet. They finger trap our asses, right? Yeah, we come up here, I get it. Right down there, come down there, then blast up here, all that bullshit in here. Just be conscious of it. If you want to take the money and run, I can completely understand. I want another at least 50 cents if possible. Give me another 50 cents. I want $1,000 if possible. At least make up for my fucking shitty ass 0-day buying. And then, of course, the other side of my brain's like, fuck it, just leave them on until Friday. Let's see what happens. we trade 530. I don't know what those will be worth, but they'll be worth a fuck ton of money. $10 or something stupid. And maybe less. How long did it take us to get back the last time? 4th, 5th. It took 2 days to get back. I think that's what it took, 2 days. Yeah, it took Thursday and Friday to get back. You know what else was funky too is when we went back the last time I bought this bottom, I got like they burned me a little bit into the close. They took some of my money, not all of it, but they took some money into the close. I should have like taken the money on that Thursday close or some shit, and then taken the trade again on Friday or something like that. I don't remember how it was, but there was a moment where I didn't make as much as I could have if I'd like sold before the interest wore off. The OI wore off, I should say. There we go. I don't even want to read whatever you're writing in the chat. You're probably writing something like, Cap, take the money in the 5-minute trigger, bro. Jump back in down here. I'm assuming that's what some of you are going to be like. Take the money right here, and then down here, enter it again. We'll see. I told you to buy puts. I said buy cheap-ass puts. 5-cent, 10-cent puts. On now. Don't go dicking around on my fucking calls. I fucking hate dealers, man. I fucking hate them. They're like, here's 40 cents. We're going to take 30 of it back. No, not even that. Here's 40 fucking cents. Oh, we're going to take 30 cents back right here. Like, what do you print my calls with a UH? Nice buy bar down below. Nice big green fat bar. 11:21, 9 minutes left for the bulls. Let's see if they can put an hour together. We're going to look below at the SPX and see if they can clean all this up. This is an hour chart down below. Buyers stepping in. Good signs right here. This all looks gorgeous on a 1-hour chart. 4-hour chart looks beautiful as well, although they got some fucking work to do. They got some fucking work here. We're not even halfway there right now, so we'll do a 3-hour look back. It's 11:22. We'll look around 2:30, 3:30 in the afternoon, see if some of this can be cleaned up. At least half of it. Take us maybe by like 2:30. It'll take us to get to like 518.50, something like that. Someone asked if we were bullish on the day or if we're bullish on CPI. I think I think price matters. Like my original thought was, if they run us up into CPI, you sell the fuck out of it, right? But if they're blasting us down into CPI, going up. I want to leave these fuckers on, man. I want to leave these fucking things on right on a Friday. It's a lot of skin, though. It's a lot of money. I got to think about it. I'm like, in my brain, I'm like, this isn't my brain works. How fucked up my brain is. So my brain is like, well, if you're gonna put $7,000 in the market, you might as well fucking just throw $7,000 on fucking black on CPI for like 0 dates. I mean, you could turn that into like fucking $500,000 or something. Maybe not 500, but like, I don't know, $200,000, 500,000. Yeah, maybe $500,000. Of course, I can lose it all too. So I don't know. Like, my brain's not really. My brain is like insidious. The brain is always like. I read a bunch of gambling books, and it's like this gambler's psychology. It's like, oh, why take the fucking safe trade when you can fucking go right in there and gamble for, like, you're not gonna do that with a lottery ticket, are you? You have better chances of doing it with fucking the market than you have with a lottery ticket, buddy. No. $7,000 on 0 dates on a CPI report? Pff, easy. I've printed 6,000% on 0 dates. I'm talking about switching from these to like last minute 0 dates. Yo, you can do three to 5,000% in 15 minutes. Easy. Not even blinking. No 1 dates, no fucking 3 dates, no fucking 5 dates. I'm talking about 0 dates with no OI on them, no premium. You can do all the math you want. I've done it. It's fairly fucking easy. Now, weeklies, you're not going to do that shit, but like, you get like a down move and then you just grab those fucking 0 dates. Woohoo! You ride that shit up all day long. I'm not going to do it. I ain't fucking doing it. I need a pretty decent win this week, so I'm not doing it. My brain, though, I'm just telling you, my brain is telling me in the background. My brain is constantly thinking about this shit. It's like, my brain is like, yeah, do this, be safe, that kind of stuff. And then my brain is like, oh, dude, you did it right. 2020 vision. Fucking should have just done 0 dates. Should have did 1 dates. Should take this off up here and then sit back, sit on your hands, and get aggressive. We ain't gonna do that though. I'm just telling you what my brain is doing. Try to be honest with you guys. I don't want you to think that like my brain's not telling me something completely fucking different. Okay, 11:27 in the afternoon. I'm gonna take a quick break here. A couple notes for you. First one would be this is still available here. I want you to know that this is still viable. So now this when I draw these things in here, I draw them in here for potential. or possibilities. Not we're going there, anything like that. But I'm going to leave this here because it is easy for us to come up here and go to test that 5-minute trigger and slam right back down, and then that's the actual dip buy. There's another thing for you to be aware of here, and that I think I discussed it a moment ago, and that would be where we get locked into a zone into tomorrow, and we're fucking like right here. Like, fuck you, pin it. Dealers come in, they take all the money, right? Take all your put money, take all the call money, people buying calls, and then they pin it into the close. We wake up tomorrow morning, you get your CPI print, and they're building themselves a new pool or some shit. So just be aware of that. That could happen for the rest of today, where the market doesn't go anywhere. Market just like trades sideways, ping pongs up and down into the close. So just be careful of that as well. You don't want to get locked into anything. If your thesis into tomorrow is doom and you're in calls, your thesis is bullish but you're in puts, any of that kind of stuff. So just be aware of that. Just be aware that dealers are in here, and number one, they're going to chase price. And then once they stop chasing price, right, you get less and less aggressive moves. They will sell into you and stand back, and you'll watch price come back up and down and stuff like that. Just be aware of it, because we are in volatile environments. We can squeeze easily right now, turn around in 15 minutes, and we're up another 30 points. Like, it's no big deal. So we are in volatility right now, and we are in places where price can get really fast. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to go potty. I've been drinking coffee and stuff like that. Haven't had, like, I had water earlier, but I've mostly been drinking coffee for like past 2 hours. So I've got like, I gotta go pee pretty bad. And I don't see any news. I went looking around for any kind of news. I don't see anything. I don't see anything on Financial Juice. I'll take a look and see. I'm not seeing anything in here. I saw 930 Moo imbalance was 230 million to the buy side. I'll turn that on for you, and I'll turn CNBC on as well. While I'm gone here, let me see. Oh, God, I hate when these guys are talking. I don't want to hear these guys talking. You might need to mute the broadcast. When I come back, I'll put my picture back on, my camera back on, so you know that I'm here, in case you want to mute these guys talking on CNBC.
At least 143 people. And Maryland approved the use of $400 million in state bonds to rebuild.
Let me move this over so you can see price action.
The second jewel of horse racing's Triple Crown. State lawmakers passed legislation that would also.
Maybe back to me like 15 minutes. Quickly work out, and I'm going to drink some water and take a quick lap outside, make sure that I'm getting my sun and stuff like that.
Support for it. Carl, I'll send it back to you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Coming up after the break, the stock that Needham is calling an underappreciated semiconductor AI story. The analyst behind that call is going to join us next. Plus, we're just a couple days away from the second installment of our CNBC franchise, Cities of Success. Our latest episode is going to shine the spotlight on Denver and Boulder, Colorado. Premieres Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, only on CNBC. busy day in tech, and we're getting a news alert on Intel now. Let's get to Christina Partsenevelos. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, Intel wants you to know it can compete with NVIDIA and AMD's AI chips. Today, the company introducing its Gaudi 3 accelerator, which they claim this is a chip that's going to be better at inferencing and better at power efficiency than NVIDIA's H100 chip. The H100 chip is that main choice among companies right now building AI systems that we've talked about just over the last year. And Intel is promising their chip is going to be available at, quote, a fraction of the cost. All of this is just being released right now. Pat Gelsinger is taking to the stage. They haven't actually said the actual price, but the new Intel chip will also provide open-based software and industry-standard Ethernet networking, something NVIDIA does not, and available through original equipment manufacturers such as Dell, HP, Lenovo, and Supermicro in Q2 of this year. But Intel is comparing itself to NVIDIA's chip already on the market. This quarter, NVIDIA launched an updated H200 GPU chip, which stands for Graphic Processing Unit, and has its next generation Blackwell chip that's going to come out either in the last quarter of this year or Q1 of 2025. In addition to Intel's new AI chip, it's also launching new server Xeon 6 processors and pushing to build an open enterprise AI software stack in which users can essentially change the code for any purpose, something that NVIDIA necessarily doesn't focus on. Shares, though, for Intel have fallen roughly 17% in the last month and just 12% last week after the company announced its foundry business, which is its manufacturing plant, lost $7 billion in 2023 and continues to lose money this year. They expect those losses to peak. So Intel right now is betting on these new AI chips and that the AI PC will be, quote, the star of the show for the upcoming year. So it is an opportunity, though, for the company to really compete with NVIDIA because of that price point and if it's better at inferencing. This is according to Intel stats, though.
What a week for the chips between Taiwan Semi and the Google keynote today, and now this. Christina, thanks. Christina Partsenevelos. Speaking of AI, if you thought all the enthusiasm was already baked into the chip sector, you'd be wrong, at least according to Needham today, out with an under-the-radar semis play in Amkor Technology. Initiates the stock as a buy, target of 40. The analyst behind that call joins us this morning, Needham's Charles Shi. Charles, great to have you. It might actually be a new name for some viewers. Definitely underperforming a year-to-date and on a 1 year. Why?
Well, you know, where Amkor is at today is it's kind of like where TSM, Taiwan Semi, was at about a year ago. The AI prospect just started to emerge for the name, but the main business are going through that downturn. I mean, for Taiwan Semi last year was a smartphone going through that downturn. For Amkor, roughly 20% of the business actually came from auto industrial. Historically, that's what they were known for. But they have this AI opportunity that NVIDIA is developing with them to bring the advanced packaging capability up so NVIDIA can have a second source through Amkor. But at the same time, their base business, auto industrial part, just went into that downturn. So, I think that's why the stock has a little bit underperforming, but let's not forget about the fact that that AI, their exposure is real. We think it's probably going to be like 5% of the total revenue this year. But, you know, given how strong the AI chip market is growing, it's very difficult for us to say you will stay at that 5% level. It may go up even higher next year. We don't have a view yet, but we are very optimistic about the future.
A viable second source, does its success depend on taking something from the likes of a TSM?
Well, in some way, yes, but it's a growing market, right? TSM has already also ramping up, doubling the capacity. Amkor is tripling the advanced packaging capacity this year. We think it's going to almost equal to like 1/3 to half of the capacity that TSM has set in place this year. I think even from TSM perspective, they would probably be happy to have a second source so their customers are happier. And one thing I do want to point out, the last year, Amkor, TSMC, Apple, they jointly announced that they're going to set up an advanced packaging facility in the US. I wouldn't be surprised that some of the AI chips wouldn't leverage that facility domestically set up in the US.
I think that's a good point, Charles. And you're talking about also this company has limited geopolitical risk, and Apple is one of its customers sort of moving more orders its way. How does that factor into your ultimate recommendation for Amkor?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when people talk about semiconductor manufacturing reshoring, right? Most people think about foundries. Most people think about alternative to TSM, right? People think about global foundries, GFS. If you look at the valuation of GFS over TSM or other peers of them, UMC, they actually trade at the very meaningful premium. Amkor is kind of in the similar situation in the semiconductor packaging part of the manufacturing supply chain. They trade just in line with their peers. We think it makes no sense. We think that this name may be a little bit underappreciated from that perspective. And with more of the AI prospects start to emerge, becoming a bigger part of the story, we think that geopolitical value of Amkor will become even more pronounced. Finally, and that probably will reflect it in the multiple going forward.
Yeah. Charles, going into earnings season, I wonder whether you are net revising upwards or downwards going into the prints.
Well, probably not so much is changing. You know, my part of the coverage is mainly on the equipment side and on some of the chip design software EDA names. I think they are steadily at that stable level. But I do think going to the second half of this year, either the overall mainstream chip market or the CapEx side of the semiconductors may see some inflection point. So I think I'm quite optimistic about the rest of the year for my overall semi-cap coverage.
Charles, viewers, I'm sure appreciate any new idea because the market's definitely on the hunt. Thank you, Charles Shi over at Needham.
Thank you.
Well, after the break, a new fund provides a way for retail investors to invest in private companies, including Stripe, SpaceX, OpenAI, and others. But could it prove to be the next meme fad that's coming up? And keeping an eye on shares of DJT, down 40% in April. Today, it is down further by about almost 3% at this point in trading. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
The Secretary of State Blinken says Chinese overcapacity is a concern for the US and the UK.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
A new fund now allows retail investors to get in on some of the hottest tech startups, including Stripe, OpenAI, and SpaceX. But of course, it comes with some risk. Kate Rooney digs into that for today's Tech Check. Hi, Kate. Tell us more about this.
Hey, Corey. Yeah, so this is pretty rare. Typically, investing in private startups is reserved for high net worth individuals, but a new fund that launched 2 weeks ago is shaking that up. There is certainly demand for it. Destiny Tech 100, as it's called, is up 500% since it debuted, but tanking about 40% today, which could be related to reports that the CEO has sold nearly $5 million worth of shares. It is a unique structure, not a stock, not an ETF. This is a closed-end fund. It holds a portfolio of 23 pre-IPO private companies with an annual fee of 2.5%, so more akin to a mutual fund. This fund comprises some of the most valuable private companies out there. You got Elon Musk, SpaceX, one of the largest holdings, followed by Axiom Space, Epic Games, OpenAI, and Stripe. One dynamic at play here, Silicon Valley companies are staying private for longer. Stripe, for instance, has been private and privately held for 14 years now. SpaceX, more than 20 years. These early startup employees, though, those that work at these companies, they might be wealthy on paper. Reality is, though, without an IPO, it can be hard to cash out, pay for things like a mortgage or buy a car, for example. As a result, these companies are increasingly turning to tender offers, which let employees sell those shares to others in the private markets. It's one way that this Destiny fund was able to get in. The fund is also buying shares through forward contracts, which let employees agree to transfer some of those shares if and when their company goes public. Average investors, they've been historically locked out of some of these deals. Private markets are reserved for accredited investors with a net worth typically above $1 million, those who are considered more financially savvy, at least by the SEC. But even then, they might face a high minimum to invest. Startups can be picky about who they want on their cap table. You're not always guaranteed a look at these names. And of course, one of the main reasons these deals are out of reach is because of the risk. The venture capital model is all about high risk, high reward. They expect typically 9 out of 10 startups to fail. The one that works, that might be a home run. That always pays off for these VCs. They're looking for that one winner. It's known as the power law, but a lot of risk there. Recent IPOs of similar companies in that fund, they have not given a lot of confidence for those maybe looking for a public debut. You got Reddit and Instacart both trading below their last private valuations, guys.
I was just thinking to that very point, this is kind of interesting timing for all of this because of these recent tech companies that haven't done super great.
Yeah, you wonder if that is sort of a warning, and that could increase some of the funds like this that we're seeing that give exposure to private companies. If that's the new norm, if people and companies are not looking to go public at the same rate that they were in previous years, if there's more private funding available, you might see some of these secondary funds coming up and becoming more popular. There's clearly retail demand, but it seems like it's trading like one of those meme stocks. Anything related, to Elon Musk, you see SpaceX in the name. You can see a world in which a lot of the retail investors are looking to get a slice of this, but the risk out there is massive, and it's just such a volatile stock, even in the last 2 weeks that it's been trading.
But what we learned from that meme craze is I guess some of those retail investors do have a pretty high appetite for risk, more so than I do, but, hey, that's what makes it more likely. Yeah, exactly. You do you. Thank you so much, Kate.
Thanks,
well,
guys.
The XRT retail ETF is coming off its worst week in more than a year. We'll look at some of the recent guidance that's dragging down the sector, including comments from Lululemon, Ulta, Dollar Tree, and Five Below. That's coming up next. We'll be right back.
At 12 p.m. London time, we expect the EIA STIO report.
Just a quick note here that if, oh, did I mute that or something? Stopping back in for a quick second here. If you want off the train here, I understand. It's not, there's no reason not to be getting off the train here. You can still get dropped all the way back down here. Just be conscious of it. Be conscious of down below here too. This is the SPX gamma chart down below here. Where are we at? Where does it say SPX gamma? Bring it right over here. This is the half-hour chart down below here. And just note that there are sellers above here. You can see them above the 3 bars over here on the supply that's sitting up here in this zone. So what you don't want to have happen is that you get trapped into this like sideways action. I'm still long here. I probably should. I was just talking to Joe like 2 seconds ago, and I'm like, man, I should have went. So the last time I took that trade, I took March 3rd or May 3rd calls. And I'm like, fuck, I should switch to May 3rd on these. So I'm considering it here. And I would, if I switch to May 3rd, I would do May 3rd 530C. Or maybe I just add them. So this is what I'll do. I'm going to leave these on. If they do roll us down here, I'm going to grab 530C. And I'll just add to the pile. Because I wasn't able to buy a second or a third batch down here. So if they give me another opportunity, I'm not going to add to Friday calls. I'm going to buy May 3rd 530C. So I'll pay attention, watch this shit as it unfolds. And just see what happens here. But yeah, I think I should have done May 3rd. May 3rd 530, something like that. It's already the 9th, right? When does tech earnings? Are they like the 17th of April? Anybody know when the big tech earnings come out? Are they like the 15th, 17th? Do you guys have anybody know that? The other day you were asking what to do with excess capital. Yeah, so what I'm looking for is Christopher, that's a good point. So Christopher, what I'm looking for is 530, 550, and then a major pullback. And I'm looking to get into that major pullback if possible. Hopefully it's on the monthly trigger. I don't know if that low is coming before summer or during the election volatility, but whatever that is, I am looking to like buy the S&P 500
talking about the consumer and how
owning it for a period of time, at least until end of year, maybe March.
Consumer spending weakening.
Sell a bunch of calls or puts against it and shit like that. And, I don't know what I'm going to do, Christopher, though.
When it comes to consumer spending,
Let me mute this really quick.
Tapped out when it comes to inflation and the like.
Christopher, my question has more to do with, so I don't know if you know this. I am extremely bearish coming into the start of the new year in 2025. My mind can be changed on that, but I'm fairly certain that we're going to get a blow off top. I don't know. I can't time it. It's just like me talking about the Bears, right? Like, we want to crash today. We want to be down at the monthly trigger today. I'm like, no. It's going to take you like fucking months to get there. And my timing might be off on this. It could take until 2026. You figure that 18-year housing cycle puts us in about middle of 2026. So I'm trying to front run selling houses. So I'm trying to front run it. I'll probably miss out on that, but I don't want to get caught in the stampede to sell. And then saying all of that, I don't want to be buying the S&P 500 if I think that we're going to have a 5 to 10 year, like 3 to 5 year down cycle, and then 10 years of accumulation for all these young kids to buy everything cheap. So I need something to put this fucking money in, and I don't know where the fuck to put it. I think I'll be too old. My point here is I'm either going to have to buy the S&P 500 in like 5 years. That would work. But how do I outrun inflation until then? So if I had I'm assuming here that there's going to be a herd, like the herd rushes from like equities to bonds to fucking real estate to fucking like they're rushing not constantly, but every year and a half, 3 years, all this like big money just rushes, and I don't know where that's gonna be. So I don't know exactly where to put that money. I don't think it's in the stock market. I think it is for now into like December, March. But I would need to like, I couldn't say today like, oh yeah, I would leave it in there and into 26, 27, 28, 29, all that shit, 30. I think there's going to be like a trough in like the late 2020s. I don't know if I'm saying like 28, 29. I'm thinking ahead. I'm trying to think ahead, like next 2 years, and then but the next 5 to 10 years. And I don't know what to do, and I don't want to put it in real estate either. I was thinking about buying fucking storage units. Then I looked at a with a friend of mine. I looked at a boat yacht, not a boat yard, but like a boat slips and shit down in Georgia. And I don't know what I have to ask somebody smarter than me. What I need to do, what I need to fucking do is I need to go to my bank. I need to. So we've got these financial advisors talk to my wife, and they get me down there like once a year. And I go down there, and they fucking hate me. True story. They're like a bunch of fucking sharks. Like they take me in the offices, and they're all in their cubicles and shit. And they like all stand up in the office and like stare at me, and they like get my wife to talk to him. But I think this time I might speak to him. So be like, I just want my money safe. I just want to outrun inflation. Can you do that for me? So I can just hang out and not do anything. True fucking story. True fucking story. Oh yeah. Dude, one time they asked me to bring down my trading. So I printed it all out for them. That's true too. I want to start laughing because it was so fucking funny. I get out there and I'm like, what do you want to do with this?
Switch to the activity numbers from the EIA short-term energy outlook report. Again, this is a tentative
Oh god.
time after 12.
And you know they're in there just fucking like, this fucking guy's a moron. Oh man. Oh shit. So I don't know what to do, Chris. I don't know what I know one thing. I don't want to fucking do anything. Like I started out like, I'm just gonna rent to this guy. Then I'm like, fuck that, I'm going Section 8. Then I'm like, Airbnb all day long. Now I'm like, fuck all this like I'm so tired, dude. Yeah, they are, Chris. So like then I'm like, I'm so like I'm not lazy anymore, but I'm getting old. I gotta be honest. Like I'm not lazy. I'm getting old. Like I'm getting to a point where
offer and should be
I'm like, I don't want to fucking deal with this anymore. Like I don't want to like so like so I got a house, I'm trying to put a roof on it, right? And I got like guys here and shit. And you know, I'm like, normally if I was younger, what I would do is I have a nice building. I was just talking to Joe about this too the other day.
Real-time set.
Oh yeah, baby. Woohoo. So I'm like, so normally, right? So normally I used to have guys that work for me, right? Like construction guys. Actually, some of them I think watch this show. I know some of them watch this show sometimes. They could be watching right now, believe it or not. So, I would be the guy that'd be like, okay, I'll get like 3 or 4 estimates, get a roof done, right? I know a great building supply guy is like a small supplier, a building supply company. They're down in Ohio. But I get some really good shit from this guy. This guy will give me like awesome 3D architectural shingles for like, probably get them for like $25 a bundle or something like that. If I get them from a legit company, they're going to cost me like $35, $40, $50 a bundle. I'd like bring a truck down there, load a fucking 30 square, load up all the other shit, whatever else I need. I'd bring that all back myself, dump it, and after I get the estimates, I'd be like, okay, here's all the material, what's your labor costs, get the best deal. The reason I do that is because if you're a homeowner, you know this, right? Or you should know this. There's like this really, really like tight, flippers know this too. Buy and hold people know this. There's like this really like, there's this, between what you're selling your house for, what you're buying your house for, there's this gray area. And it makes all the difference in, it's like all these little things that you can do to save big money. Or eats into all of that.
Release on the wires, so the current year crude forecast, seeing 13
equity that you have, right? They call it sweat equity, right? You do the extras. You don't want to do all the sweat equity. You don't want to do, there's some shit you don't want to do that's not worth you doing, but there's some shit that you do that it accumulates. You're like, oh, I just saved fucking 10 grand. I just saved another 15 grand. I'm not going to try to pinch pennies on the small stuff. I'm not going to try to do stuff that's takes talent, like fine work on trim and I guess a trim, I'd rather fucking clean that shit than ever paint that shit if I have to or stain it. But you're always trying to find like just a way to stay above, because that's the stuff that's a fucking killer. That stuff will like eat into where you ever hear a homeowner that's like, I got all this equity in the house, but the house cost me fucking more in the long run anyways. That happens a lot with people. If you get a decent roofer or crew of roofers, you buy your own materials, talking about like a $50,000 roof only costing you 20, right? Or 25. You do a kitchen or a bathroom and you could go like a kitchen these days. They're fucking quoting $75,000 for a fucking kitchen. Sorry for swearing. For a kitchen, bathrooms, $30,000 entry level for a bathroom right now. Now you start stacking that shit up, right? And you're like, oh, before you know it, you're like, there's 50, 100 grand. That was your equity, and it's gone. And I'm getting too old for it. I'm getting to a point in my life where I'm like, fuck, that's a lot of work. It's not a ton of work, but it's a lot of work on top of everything else that you're doing. And so I'm like, well, I'd really like to not have to do that stuff. And I have a good example of this too. My parents have now retired to a community where they own their home, but they don't do anything. And it's kind of like a place where, you go there, you grow old, and you die. You don't have to worry about anything, and then they sell the house to the next old couple or whatever. Now, my mother-in-law, she owns a bunch of property, and they always did the work. It's always like tons of work, maintenance, pay the mortgages, all that kind of stuff. And that shit gets tiring. You get older, you're just like, fuck this, I don't want to do this anymore. It's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with the plowing, the shoveling, the tree service, the yard, the lawn, the fucking, when the tree crashes on the house, when the you find out you got a leak in the fucking basement, all that stuff, and you're just like, I want to live the rest of my life and not have to fight for everything. It's like fight. They should have taken the money and run, right? And bulls up here, I don't know, man. Bulls could get trapped in this bullshit too, so I think there's a trap up here for bulls too, up here, somewhere up here in this yellow and green box. I could be wrong, but These guys are saying NASDAQ set for its first negative day and what? These fucking people on CNBC are fucking clowns, man. I kid you not. They're fucking clowns. Where's NASDAQ at? First negative day. NASDAQ is down 69 cents. The fuck is wrong with these people? CNBC is like, they like suck themselves off. I'm looking at the banner on CNBC and they're like, NASDAQ is set for its first red day in 15 years today. I'm like, it's down fucking 69 cents on Qs right now. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, Chris. So I got a buddy, right? But that wasn't intentional though. I'm still friends with this guy today. We talk to each other to this day. I talked to him recently. I gotta get him on. Maybe I'll try to get him on the show one day. This is if he's watching. Sometimes he watches. His name's Mark B. If you're out there watching right now, Mark B, I told a story about you. And he fucking my buddy Mark, right? So I grew up with this guy. Well, I didn't grow up with him. I met him when I was in my teens.
Crude oil output expected to rise.
I had a part-time job as a bouncer, and
13.21 million.
it was more to pick up girls.
Earlier forecast was for a 260,000 barrels per day increase.
A couple nights a week, right? And I worked the door at a nightclub, and so anyways, I stayed friends with this guy for a long time. His dad was in the Marines, and I was in the Army. Matter of fact, Mark picked me up. Got back into the States. He picked me up from the airport. He came pick me up. I didn't want my family picking me up, friends and all that stuff. He came pick me up my first meal in the States, all that kind of stuff. It was really cool. And we remained friends for many years. He stepped into that. So what he did was he owned a house in Henderson, like North Las Vegas. And I don't know how old you are out there, but Las Vegas in the early 2000s really started booming. And like Vegas is weird, it's big now, but back then it was not big. Like the 90s and the 2000s was not big, and they had this huge housing explosion, like moving out to the mountains and all that shit, right? And he owned a house and he sold it, like peak market, like we're talking like peak housing market. But he was like, oh, my house has gone up in so much value. I'm gonna go buy a house. The deal fell through for him to buy a house, so he's like, oh, scrambling, and he's got a bunch of cash. Well, at that time, it was $150,000, right around there. Oh yeah, do it, just do it.
Again, just further color here is U.S. crude oil output expected to rise by 500
to squeeze it
barrels per day to again 13.72 million barrels per day for next year. The prior forecast saw 460,000 barrels per day, so an increase expected next year.
So he's sitting on cash, and the market starts imploding, like housing market, like banks, like can I get $1 trillion on CNBC? Anybody got $1 trillion? That's when you knew the gig was up, right? And that was true. That really happened. Anybody got a few $1 billion for me? We're gonna implode over here. We're holding all the mortgages.
9.92 billion cubic feet a day.
We're holding the swaps, I should say.
Which is up from the forecasted 89.68 billion cubic feet a day that was seen in March.
And so fucking he got stuck with the market crashing, right? And he bought a fucking $1 million house. This house was $1 million. So in the housing crisis, if you had hard cash, just cash, banks would be like, I've got a bunch of shit over here I need to offload, and you have cash, and we need liquidity. We need hard cash. So I don't know if anybody knows a lot about that time, but like if you had just like real cash in your hands, banks needed it. And he bought $1 million house for like $150,000 or some stupid shit like that. And it was like a fucking McMansion. And of course he is living very well today due to it. I don't know if I could time it that perfectly. And he admits that it was not like any ingeniousness. He didn't know anything about the stock market.
So
it's just like him, his wife,
US
newborn
petroleum
baby.
and liquid consumption expected to rise 200,000 barrels per day to 20.4 million barrels per day this year. And that is the same as the previous forecast for petroleum and liquids.
Yeah, if you had in the housing crisis, if you had actual like hard money, like a sum of hard money, you had some say out there. Like you had some power buying a home, especially if you weren't taking a mortgage.
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Let's move this up a little bit so you can see where it is. Just I want you to be wary of something here, okay? Listen to me closely. Listen to me closely.
And so the EIA also sees.
I'm going to turn this off for a minute. I don't want to hear this guy talking. There is a half hour, 1 hour cross up here that's confirming a larger leg lower. Okay? See where we are right now up here? See this yellow bar right here? Be extremely careful. As we come up here, please. Please, please, please. Trading $4 fucking right now. I'm only up 25% in the trade. Ish. But just be very careful as we squeeze up here. We can reverse with a giant ass red fucking candle above. So if you want to take some risk off and reposition as we trade into 518 and change, I wouldn't blame you. I'm considering it myself. Let's see what happens as we come up here. When you see these crosses, this half-hour trigger cross, let's look at the 30-minute chart really quick because I'm getting a little. It's not so bad. I'm not going to go with complete reversal to the downside. I'm not going to go with like a complete reversal, but like an auto rejection, but get rid of that. Just be really careful as we head up here to this whole thing that's happening above here. Is that yellow box still up there? I might have deleted it or moved it over or something. And we're on a 1 minute chart right now, so we're not on a 30-minute fucking chart. If we're on a 30-minute chart, it's gonna be looking a lot closer. So be hella careful up here. Now we can also check this 1 5-minute cross below too. Must be a lot of volatility here. This is the finger trap in here at minimum. Just be really careful in here. I mean, just this right here shaved 10 cents off. Like this little reversal right here, that little fucking thing right there. These dealers have been cheap as fuck, man. These dealers have been cheap as fuck. You know what I was attesting it to? I was attesting it to the start of a quarter. It's like, yeah, we're going to be tight as fuck, and then we'll loosen it up as we make money into the end of the year or into the end of the quarter. Like, start of the quarter, fuck you, you're not making any money. I noticed it right when we came into the new quarter. I was like, man, they're tight as fuck right now. Let's see what happens here. They're probably going to try to take your stops here in this cross. Matter of fact, I'm going to put some stuff. I don't want to lose any money today. going back to take my break in a minute too, by the way. I'm still not done my break. I want to come back because we're at the 5-minute. My brain right now is like, go up to the hourly trigger, blast it back down, then I'll put May 3rd 530s on, please. Now I'm wishing I was just on those May 3rd 530s. It's a great fucking trade. Joe took it. He took Friday I think he took 525 or 517s for this Friday, but then he also threw on 530s for May 3rd. I'm like, you son of a bitch. I didn't think of that. I wish I had. Not gonna lie. 150 points, fucking May 3rd. Pfft. Earnings coming out, earnings season coming up. Sign me up. Get a nice sweet, a nice Friday with a big tech day, big tech ER day, and close them out at 4:15. Bam, when the market just rips faces off for 15 minutes and just close them out. You sold 394? Yeah, I got some downside stops, no upside yet. I don't blame you for closing them there. I can't blame you. I'm still good right now. Yeah, he really fell in the fucking shit, huh? I've never I've always liked that story because it's a good story to hear from somebody. I don't want to see somebody not have that. I wish it happened to me though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to, and I want you to know something. I do not want to see any break of the 1-minute trigger here. No break. I don't want to see any break of that 1-minute trigger. You'll see down below here, this 30-minute. See how they're pinning to that yellow bar down here? They're trying to stop it. I don't want to see any fucking break of this 1-minute trigger. Zero. I'm going to try to liquidate me here. Try to catch stops on this trade. Algo's like, we know you got stops here, bro. We're going to take them. Move that over so you can see it better. Have a bull cross here on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Bull plane. See if it holds up. Want to see a new high. If this fails, we will go all the way down to here. Well, being a little sloppy here. You know, they did to me last week was they took us all the way downtown. Took me, it's like a last week at some point. I was in some trades last week where I was making money, and they were doing this bullshit. Like they'd take us all the way up, slam it back down. This was like the first day of the quarter, and they would take me down to 0. I'd get stopped out, then back up again. Like I'd be up like 25%. They ain't doing that shit to me here today, so I ain't having that shit happen again today. I'm not fucking around with that shit they were doing. Like the first 2 days of the quarter, I was like, bam, perfect trade. Bam, perfect trade. Up 25, 30%, 40%. They'd roll it all the way back down, and I'm like, well, if they leave 10% on, I'm fine. And they would take it right down to fucking 0, and I would get stopped out. I think I had 3 perfect trades, and normally it doesn't happen. Normally, if I buy the bottom, they'll at least leave like 10% on or so of the trade, and they were just like, fucking, we're coming back for you, we're coming back for you, coming back for you. It sucked. I felt like last week, I think this was last week, right? Like a week and a half ago, by like day 3, literally by day 3, I was like, I'm fucking done. I was on stream and I was like, I'm not going to fucking stream. Like, I get off stream like by day 3 and I'm like, I don't want to fucking trade. I was like, I don't want to fucking trade and I don't want to deal with this bullshit. I was like, I don't want to do it. Like, I get that you're going to come back. I realize you're coming back. I realize if I buy like a month out call or a fucking week out call that you're going to take, you know, it's going to go like a buy for $1. It's going to go up to, I don't fucking know, $1.40. What's going on here? Hold on 1 second here. It's gonna go to like $1. It's gonna go to like $1 fucking, it's gonna go to like $1.40, and then it's gonna go back down to $1.10. Then it's gonna go $1.50, and it's gonna go $1.20. It's gonna go $1.60. You know, that kind of like just the seesaw on the way up. The fucking first 3 there, just like, oh, you bought the bottom? Yeah, fuck you again. And I'm like, oh man, why am I trading? Why am I trading on the beginning of the month? The beginning of the quarter, I shouldn't be doing this. They're trying to get lower lows so they can get positioned for the quarter, and I'm in here trying to trade the first few days of the quarter. Why am I doing this? Should not be doing this. Oh, yeah. Keep on going. Get a new high. Get a new high. Get a new high. Get a new high. Get above me. Turn that yellow bar into a green bar. We're right back to that 394, 395 right now. Don't trap me in here. See, now I'm watching this because now in my brain I'm like, give me a green bar right there. Whoop. Move that one back there. Don't do it. Son of a bitch. They are pounding right now in the half-hour candle. Pounding. Close. Almost got my stops. You're close. They're going to take them. This red candle right here is telling me they're going to take them. This candle right here. That's a bad candle for the bulls. Not a good candle. That red one right there sucked. That one hurt. Come on, bulls. Should I just take 86? 86, 85 right now. I'm turning this one yellow now. What's going on? Am I missing something? Hold on here. Come on, bulls. Get above that fucking yellow bar, duder. Fucking. It's like one fucking tick below the bar. Come on, bulls. Here we go. Good job. Give me a new high. Give me a new high. Give me a new high. Give me the new high. Give me the new high. Oh, yeah, baby. Push it. Push it. Squeeze it. Fucking squeeze it. HYG ripping fucking faces off. Come on, dude. Murder the VIX. Sell the fucking vol for fucking that bullshit CPI. Fucking, you guys think they're going to crash the market on CPI? Fucking out of your minds. Come on, let's do it. Sell the event. That's a new high, I think. Oh, yeah. Play me some music. Play me some music, baby. Play me some music. Give me that squeeze. Oh, yeah, do it. Get out of the way, Bears. Some stops up now. All right, so I've raised my stops up. We're trading right now 402. I'm gonna put a sell order in for 425. If we can squeeze this up and trade this 30-minute trigger, this hour trigger, I'm gonna take a $4.25. I think I can get 25 cents on a green bar up. I've got some downside stops as well, so I got both top and bottom side in case they try to roll this over. I should be safe here. I'm not going to tell you what my stops are. I know that you guys aren't going to believe this, but I do think that people are listening and they'll try to take my stops on the show just to be dickheads. But I do have stops on downside right here, and I do have some upside stops up here. I think we can go to 425, though. It's my downside stops that I no longer talk about on stream anymore. I'm unwilling to do it. I've been caught on this show only when I tell my stops. Nope. Yep, I'm still in. I'm good. You ain't taking my stops today, homeboys. So, I have some downside stops here. I have some upside stops. I don't know where we get pinned or stopped or whatever. I'm gonna go back to taking my break. If I get stopped out, I don't fucking care at this point. I made good money today. I am trying to buy some 430Cs for May 3rd. So whenever we reject and roll down, regardless of where that is, I really don't give a fuck. Wherever that is, I'm trying to buy 530Cs. I'm going to put a date of May 3rd on them. I'm not in them right now. I wish I was. I wish I was in them from the bottom down below. I'm looking for a big trade for that. My thesis is up to 530. My thesis is then back down for another major pullback. We can keep bouncing around this daily trigger for the next few weeks as far as I'm concerned. As long as we're not losing this whole range that we have, I'll keep buying these dips, and I'm looking for higher highs to 530 and 550. I don't care what anyone out there is saying on the news. I don't give a fuck what the Fed's future fund rate is. I don't give a fuck what people are talking about on FinTwit. I don't give a fuck what people are talking about on CNBC, Bloomberg. I really don't give a fuck. And they can make shit up all they want, because I know that when we're in range expansion, that these people get insane. Only in range expansion do they get insane. So if we're like moving higher and higher and higher and higher, everybody's normal. If we're in risk off, everybody is fine. Everybody's like, we're selling the market, we're selling the market, we're selling the market. If we're going straight up, people are like, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up, we're going up. Whenever we go into range expansion, I stop trusting anybody out there. And trade the extremes, try to catch the lows, try to sell the highs, until we get back into a rhythm of either crashing, doom and gloom, or we're just going up and up and up and up. And so until we lose this support that we have, same thing as usual. No, if you want to give me another chance to buy down below, I'll keep doing it every single time. Every time you fucking go out there and you fucking try to sell this thing down, the drop bombs, big rocks from up on high, I'm there to buy the dip. And this is the time. If there was a time for you to put the blinders on, put the air muffs on, it's during range expansion. I read to you the other day on stream why to do that, and I posted you a link inside of the market brief for you to read if you did not get a chance to read it. And this is on when we get range expansion, you get a lot of uncertainty. Not uncertainty of where we're going. You get a lot of uncertainty from investors and classic traders and all that kind of stuff. They do not operate well in these environments, and I'm going to make fucking bank in this shit. So I'm like zoned out of what people are saying, and just trying to trade the extremes until we find a decision as to where we're going. This has worked well for me so many times, like fucking December of 2022. Fuck, I get to name them, like October, January, or March. You just name them. Every time we're in these situations, there's so much garbage. You could make an argument for anything. You could sell anything around. With this shit, you could sell any story and it would fit. So until that happens, until we get a decisive like risk off correction or anything like that, or we're moving higher, it's buy the fucking dip, sell the fucking rip on the range, and that's it. Still haven't taken my stops, dickheads. You're about to, though. You're about to. We break below this 1 minute trigger, and you're gonna. So, dude, I'm doing pretty good at my pricing too right now. So, anyways, I'm gonna go back to taking my break. I need to get up, and get moving. My legs are like acting weird by sitting here all day long. I need to like take regular breaks because I am streaming more than I ever have. I'm streaming extreme hours right now. Like nobody streams this much. There may be trading fraternity. I think that guy might fucking stream that much, but I don't think he has a camera on. I think what he does is probably working out in the background while nobody's watching. So keep your eye on this 1 minute trigger. If you are a bull, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm just gonna draw it in here, okay? Bulls must hold. Like no bullshit. Bulls must hold. I don't care about liquidation breaks. You got to hold this 1 minute trigger. Well, I said must, but hold. And I'm out. They took my stops. So bulls must hold the must hold the 1 MT for further upside. I'm going to put it right there. And I'm fine. I made good money. I'm happy. It's a green day. I made what people make in a week of pay. So I'm a happy guy. Now all I'm looking for here is any kind of a pullback that I can buy, so I can purchase a nice fat fucking call for May 3rd. I'm looking for 530 C's. Now I don't know if that trade happens today or if that happens tomorrow in the morning. I don't care. I'll be honest with you. I really don't give a fuck if they blood this shit on bad CPI. I really don't care. So the lower you can get me, the better off I am, so that we can trade that 530. And what else I got to say? I think that's it. I'm going to take a quick break. Don't get trapped. Just like I told the bears earlier, don't get trapped in the middle. If dealers come in, they start cleaning everybody out. We just grind side to side. They pin us into the close. There is one other caveat here. That would be that let's say we go into like 3:45 today, 3:20. So let's start at 3:20 p.m. So there's a bunch of stuff I want you to remember here. Remember 1:30 the first few things. Look up, write this down. At 1 p.m., okay, we've had this like put mafia coming into the market. So be aware of that at 1 p.m. We also have vol control that likes to come in on a down day at 1:30 p.m. And there's one last thing I want to tell you here. Up until this past 2 weeks, vol control gang comes in was coming in every day at 1:30, and they were just straight up like, woof, kill the volatility, and specifically on events. Right around 1:30 in the afternoon. This is before April 1st. Every event we had, they would like doom and gloom us down into the events, and we would like blood down in the event, and then they would sell the volatility before the event. So like as we closed out the day, markets started just ripping face off. We'd rip into the event the following day. It didn't matter what the fucking news was. It was like, hey, we got our money. Let's get out of here and run. So just be aware of that stuff in the background as the rest of today unfolds. Ask yourself, do I think that, like, ask yourself a sober question. Sober question. You're telling me we're going to begin a correction at the start of earnings season on CPI. Think about that for a minute. Like, put a joint in your mouth, put a little doobie. If you live somewhere they don't have doobies, roll up some green grass from outside or some dead leaves from winter. Roll it up in a piece of toilet paper and start puffing on it and go, yeah, I think they're going to start a correction. Fucking 3 days from banks reporting, and it's all going to be based on CPI. I'm going to warn you of something. There's maybe a 5% chance of that happening. Now, do I agree that they can start a correction after earnings start? Yeah, I'd give you that. I'd be like, yeah, we're coming out of earnings. They wrap it up, take the money and run. We got some bad data and shit or whatever. I can see that. That would make more sense to me. I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah. There'll be people out there that'll tell you, we just had a great earnings, can't start a correction. I disagree with that. I think if they're going to start a correction and they want to get that shit started after all these big reports come in, I would not blink and expect that. But I don't see the correction you're talking about still. At the exact start of earnings sounds kind of crazy. Maybe. I just think that the probability is very low. I think your probability is better after you get some of these reports. They're gonna pause this market, let these reports come in. You might see some down days, like you'll get like the bullshit, like you're gonna get CNBC. I mean, seriously, you're gonna get CNBC saying something stupid like, I don't know. It's always lame. It's always like, traders await CPI report. Fucking traders await CPI and tax season to be over. And then traders brace for bank earnings. That's my favorite one. Like they brace for bank earnings after getting through a volatile couple news weeks, new start to the quarter. And then all of a sudden you get bank earnings, and if they're good, that ripples across the market, right? Bank earnings were excellent. Markets up, awaiting tech earnings. And then, of course, like Netflix will like shit the bed. And they'll be like, oh, no, Netflix had a bad report. Or, oh, yay, Netflix had an awesome report. All of tech is up, and then you get a bunch of bad reports in tech, and oh no, like all that shit. They have to run all that bullshit program that they run every fucking earnings season, and so you do all that noise. Then I'm like, yeah, you want to roll the market, start rolling it. But they got like a whole fucking soap opera they got to do. It's like a stupid ass soap opera they do every. Keep your eyes down here for a dip buy. Whoop, right down there. But they do this whole entire like bullshit, like it's part of the industry, baby. Part of the industry that CNBC and Bloomberg and Benzinga and I don't know, the rest of them all have to do. Traders brace and so anyways, now, if we were already in a bear market, I would say, yeah. Well, I should preface what I just said. If we're already in a bear market, yeah, they'll sell into earnings and they'll sell through earnings and allow these companies to have good earnings if they have good earnings. But we're not in a fucking bear market, so. What the fuck is going on here? Got some wonky shit going on. So if we're not in a bear market, no, I'm not expecting it. Do I think we can correct in a earnings season? Yeah, but it's usually towards the end of it or midway through. They'll let everybody start their major reports come out, and then they will start the correction. Okay, I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Going to take the rest of that break that I was trying to take earlier. I wanted to be with you here while we're at the 5-minute trigger, and then this nonsense up here. Looks like I did the right thing. Getting out of my calls. Yay, congratulations. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? I got these. I got to get rid of these monitors. These monitors aren't meant for what I have them. I need some new monitors. I'm using these travel monitors. I don't know if it's the connections because I take them traveling with me. I think I've messed with them too many times at this point. Okay, I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. If we can get some more Blood and Doom. I don't know if I want to put them on today. Maybe I want to put them on today, or if I want to put them at the close. I don't know. But I'm pretty bullish regardless. So any dips that you can provide, I'll be buying. Okay, I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes and put some of that shit back on. And I'm pretty happy now that I took the money and ran. You're going to gamble some calls? When are you going to gamble the calls for CPI? Are you going to do them end of day, the close? Or I would be paying very close attention to like the 1 o'clock put mafia, the 1:30 vol control, the 3:20 in the afternoon, 3:45 bullshit. Like any of those time frames, just keep an eye as to what's happening. All right, back in a little bit. And I'll see you guys soon. And by the way, that might be the only dip. That's the only floor, I guess. This is really the only floor right here. So, you know, it's either we're going fucking up, or we might blood it. Whoa, 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 whoa! All right, stop. You see that shit? It was acting all wonky. Yeah, just so you can see it, let's switch over really quick. Hold on here. I'm still here with you guys. So hold on here. Put my headphones back on. So just take a peek with me here. I mean, this is it, right? There's a little bit of shit developing down here, but you know, you kind of have to hold that, don't you? I mean, they got some fucking lows down here. 5210 down here. I don't think we hit that today. 5207. That's right. Oh, yeah, so this is that previous low. This could show a revisit to if this breaks right here, right? This is your only support, to be honest with you. So let's look at that there. How high do we go up here? Look at that. Yeah, this is the hourly trigger up here. So this has to hold, right? We got to break through the supply right here and try to smash through this stuff. If we can, you will see the hourly trigger. But note that this is the only support you got here, right? And hold on, let me move that right about there. And then let me go back over here. Hang tight here. I got to go to another computer. So this is kind of your only support. And I've got this green box as support, but it really isn't. I'm going to make that one yellow too. And to be honest, you come right back down here. And you'd come back up and slam down there one more time. I believe it, like it's possible. So this is kind of your support. You don't want to be going all the way down here and testing that bullshit again, do you? Well, I guess I do. If you send me down there one more time, I'll take that. But just note that this support here is not as strong as you may think it is. This is I should just make that green. This is your only support right here is my point. There ain't no support. Your next support is down below here. Just be aware of that. All right, that should help. It's 1 o'clock. We've got the auction, don't we? I think we got the auction coming up right now. Let me turn that on for you. I think we got an auction right now. I think we got an auction at 1. What are these people talking about? No one's waiting for inflation data.
0.5% declines there, 38,739 the last.
No one is waiting for inflation data.
At 16,233, off about 21 points, leading, if you will, or not lagging by as much, only down about 0.1% there. On those inflationary concerns, two key parts of the market right now in focus. One of them is in gold prices, a traditional safe haven trade, one that's also been seen as an inflation hedge. If you take a look at gold futures right now, up about 16.5%. 20.
Remember what I told you about the put mafia? They're trying right now.
$58 billion in 3-year notes and
Put mafia, 1 p.m. They come out every day they come out every day right now. Well, not every day. On an up day they come out. But on a day like today, I bet you guaranteed they're going to come out in force.
1%, but they've been picking up some steam over the course of the last couple of months with those highs in gold prices. And another part to watch as well is energy prices. A part of the market that a lot of folks say is a key barometer for the health of the overall economy, what's going on. Crude oil prices taking a bit of a dip today, but still up about 5% over the last year. The energy sector up 12% in that span, but it's right here.
Mixed bag on the 3-year note.
Really stands out. Those energy sector stocks, D, they're the second best performing sector in the S&P 500 in 2024. Second only to communication.
3-year note was
slightly higher than technology. So
high yield actual was 4.548 forecast. Oh, actually, so this is actually good. So the high yield actual was 4.548. The forecast was only 4.256. The U.S. 3-year note bid to cover actual was 2.50. The forecast was 2.6.
For more on how he is positioning against this backdrop, let's bring in Dan Niles, founder and portfolio manager of the Satori Fund. Dan, great to have you with us. Talk a little bit more about this potential impact. Does it complicate a soft landing narrative?
I mean, it does and it doesn't. On the negative side, it obviously goes ahead and feeds into inflation. So, you know, you transport all your stuff to your grocery store, you fill up your gas tank, you heat your home. So that's a bad thing for the inflation numbers that are coming out. But the Fed's also, to some degree, part of the reason inflation is as high as it is the consumer is incredibly strong. And you could argue maybe that's left over from all the stimulus during COVID. But it's also going to destroy some consumer demand because you are spending more at the pump and you are spending more for milk and eggs, et cetera. So I think it's a push-pull on that. But I think it feeds into the narrative that the economy is pretty strong. And it's just one of the things you're going to have to deal with.
So, Dan, when do you start to worry if we see oil stay at these prices or go even higher?
Well, I mean, I think you kind of look to the markets to understand that. But I think you're going to get an important gut check coming up when you get earnings that start in earnest later this week with the big banks and then really kick in the week after. But you've already heard from some companies.
Also a note that Blinken has a truce deal on the table. Quote from Blinken is we have a very good or very serious offer. This stuff's been coming out in the next.
Dan, it takes some time.
There's a lot going on right now, as a matter of fact, with Israel. Looks positive.
Do you think that investors should start to worry that this commodities rally could set back the Fed's plan to cut interest rates? When do they start worrying about that?
Well, I mean, they already started worrying when the payroll numbers came out last week. You came in at 300,000 jobs. People were looking for 200,000. Obviously, the bond market sold off. The Fed rate cuts, I think, is a coin flip between 2 to 3 rate cuts at this point. I'm thinking it's probably closer to 1 to 2, because unless you see energy prices drop a lot or the economy slow down a lot, you're going to probably see those expectations getting ratcheted back. But don't forget, this whole year, those expectations have been coming down. We started the year at about 6 rate cuts. It was peaked at about 7. We're now down to between 2 to 3, and the S&P gained.
Sorry, I'm having some monitor issues here.
It's better than the average for a typical year. So I think you've been sort of ignoring this along the path. Our main thing is we're just trying to stay flexible, focus on the companies that we think will put up great numbers regardless, that are more focused on the election coming up, and then trying to avoid the more consumer-facing ones.
And even when Kashkari put the potential of 0 rate cuts on the table, markets have been fairly resilient. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Stay with us, Dan. 3-year Treasury notes are up for auction. Rick Santelli tracking the action at the CME. Over to you, Rick.
Yes, Deidre, it has been a big start to an auction. This, of course, is
exact quote was, we have a very serious offer for Hamas. That offer is good, positive, not negative.
Bigger than 50.
And you can see breaking news right now in the background about this offer for a ceasefire.
4.548 was the when issued market. The minute the bidding ended, 4.528. It tailed 2 full basis points. Now, to be fair, the market's been rallying. The when issued market yields were dropping pretty much all morning, just like yields in regular fully traded treasuries. But the fly in the ointment is we didn't trade up at 4.548 where the result was for probably 40 minutes. So even though it rallied, it still didn't price well. And all the other metrics were basically below 10 auction average. Generically, most of them were the weakest since December of last year, so not that long. But the point is, 2 basis point tail. You look at an intraday of 3s. You look at where we've been and how we came into this week with yields starting to fall as we go into the big CPI number. But there's no getting around D+. It was a very, very weak first leg of an auction. And even though the market's rallying, make it that much more difficult to move the paper at a higher yield, it still really does demonstrate that investors were laying back a bit, with no doubt an eye towards tomorrow's possibility of any surprises on the consumer price index. Deirdre, back to you.
We'll be watching that closely. Thank you, Rick. Dan, I just want to come to you on bond yields. We were talking about market resilience, and they have been so far, but we haven't seen quite as much resilience, arguably, in the last, let's call it, week and a half, right? Does that signify a bigger shift in market sentiment or character for the remaining year?
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the thing. I lived through the tech bubble, and you had a lot of sharp corrections along the way to that big increase.
Another note here, I might be buying GCT.
To see that, I mean, obviously, NVIDIA.
Give me a few seconds.
% from its 52-week high, but I think there's a lot more room to grow. And I think the key really comes down to earnings. If I have to pick between more rate cuts because the economy is slower, which means less earnings growth, or the exact opposite, which is the economy remains stronger, so companies can put up decent numbers, I'd rather pick that scenario, because ultimately earnings is what drives stock.
Take a quick look here at something. I was going to take a break.
Driven. Has nothing to do with stock prices, but over the long term, that's what's going to drive these things. And with the runs that
oh my God, it's my nemesis.
Lows, if you get earnings disappointments, you are absolutely going to get crushed. And you saw that with Tesla delivery numbers, where people are expecting a bad number.
What happened to your hair, bro?
The stock got hit the next day anyway. And so I kind of use that as a tell for probably how earnings season is going to go, where you're not going to get away with saying, yeah, things are bad this quarter, next quarter, but like 2 years from now, it's going to be one.
I've been on break for an hour. No, I haven't.
Like it did last last year.
It's a great point. I've been wondering the same thing.
I haven't taken any break.
Sort of a canary in the coal mine, or it's
I haven't taken any break.
trades uniquely. Dan, we're going to delve into some of these.
I've been here chatting with you guys the whole entire time.
Shares, so let's drill down on them. They have nearly doubled off of their recent.
Okay.
They're closing in on a
I haven't been a break.
Kate Mooney with the details. Kate.
Hey there, Debo. There has been a lot of love for
you guys know my feeling about who was just on talking just now.
as one of Wall Street's highest conviction picks. The average target has climbed.
It's like the resident doom bear of CNBC.
Where shares are trading now. Sell side
Okay, so we have some good news coming in with
now have the
good news coming in from
three holds.
Supposedly right now, good news coming in.
He puts it. It's one of the internet's largest.
Looks like we're going to try to squeeze up here and take out that hourly trigger. But what I want to tell you guys is this: there's a ticker,
what they call better
GCT down here.
To prime driving recurring revenue, cloud.
Looks like they've got their pull.
And advertising potential. Jefferies, for its part,
back over here.
Says still plenty to be excited about.
Looks like I'm trying to do a count on it with my head. I'm like, this looks like 1.
It's up about 20%.
This looks like 2, and this looks like 3 right here. I'm still not convinced
of artificial intelligence as
that it's done going down, like with its pullback, but it's possible it's done. It's possible.
Prove its AI offering to stay competitive.
But I want to be long this ticker.
The big downside risk to Amazon would be any sort of threat to its golden goose, AWS, slowing revenue or margins decline.
I mean, just look at how beautiful this thing is.
E-commerce from the likes of.
Let's go to the bottom right here.
Backdrop as well, D.
I mean, this thing is gorgeous. Like, GCT, right, had a high of $63. I want to talk to you guys about something. So, show you guys something really cool. So, this ticker, right? Oh. GCT, right? Of course, it opens at what? It opened at $12. It went straight to the moon. Literally topped out at $60, and they sold it down at the depths of hell. Looks a lot like Reddit, doesn't it? Now, what's good about this company versus Reddit is they actually bring in profit on real things. So GCT, right? All the way down here, bottoms out at $3, dude. $4.22. And did it go even lower? It might have even gone even lower. Let's see how low it actually went. $4, dude. Oh, dude, it's such a good. Look at that. It's a good ticker. Bottomed out at $4.11, right? Had a gorgeous cross here. Accumulation, right? Slammed right back up. 1870. Sold down to the depths of hell. $6, $8. And then look at this monster move, right? Another big cross on the daily. It just shows you, like, when you have price above, when you have a cross of the daily trigger and the weekly trigger, how powerful those things can be, right? And look at this move right here. Just monster moves. Now, I think that we're going up here to this like $50, $60 range. But the high before was 60. So I want to show you this here. Let's go back over here. Let's draw this in. So I want to show you this right here if we can. So see this right here? This is like $30, right? This is 35. And I'm going to show you this. What they have to do is they got to wear out. There are trap buyers in here. Okay. You wouldn't believe me, but there are people out there that are like, they will stay long this shit. They don't care. They will stay long and long and long. But the thing that you need to know, is that, and look what price is. I didn't even realize price was there. So these people, these two yellow bars, these are trap buyers. These are people that are like, woo, yeah, baby. And then what they do is they go on the internet and they say, I ain't selling. And then they try to get everybody to buy along with them. And nobody does. And it goes down to the depths of hell. I want to show you this right here, too. Like right here. They're like, please, please, just come up. And it goes back down. They go, oh, dude, I should have sold there. And then they didn't. So these are people. And they're right there right now. And they're right here. Right where we are. Look where we are. So they're right here right now.
Shortly expecting the results.
And so what is this a function of right here? Do you know? They're just getting out. That's all they're doing. Just like, get me the fuck out of this trade. I've been stuck in it forever and ever and ever. These people are doing the same thing. Just get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here. In reality, we're likely going up here. For the next batch. The next batch right here. Of bag holders. They're up here. So I've got this red bar up here just before we get to them, right? Now, you have to wear out these sellers. Okay, you got to wear them out. These guys right here. You got to wear these guys out. And what they end up doing is, they're like, thankfully I'm out. And then what they do is we go up here and they jump in and we sell into them again. They get trapped again. It's a process, right? So anyways, you should check this company out.
Take 440.
Like, go on to any of your favorite websites. They make banger money. Year-over-year profits, kick-ass guidance, blah, 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 blah. GCT, spec growth. Now, my only conundrum here that I have with this ticker is knowing that we're wearing out these sellers that have been bag holders for so long. Sometimes what happens is you get some powerful moves to the downside. So I'm like, yeah, are we going to go down here? So you get 1, 2, 3. And that's the actual dip buy. So there's your 1, your 2, and your 3 down there. Now, you could make the case that this is, because we're on the daily trigger, that this is the dip buy. But this is a daily chart, so this is a better representation. You get 1, 2, and then you should get one more bloodbath down here. And that's the actual dip buy to trade up to like $50. And that's $20. So it's pretty juicy. It's a juicy trade. I don't know exactly where the dip buy is. I'm thinking, but what I did not know was that there's options on this shit. So we're either gonna start trading higher, and I'd like to turn this into see like that we should make that green. If we can get above that, I'd be interested in it. Maybe if I get rid of that and I get rid of that, and I just go, I'd really like to see like a new high at least, and then take the trade. But I want to see the new high. Because we still have descending highs here. So you got one right there, one right there. We failed that high right there. It's going high, right? Lower high, lower high. And this high that was lower should have been up here. This candle should have been like red like that. It's not. So there's no confirmation yet that we're turning around. I want to buy some fucking leaps on this shit. I didn't know I could buy leaps, not leaps, but whatever the biggest chain they have. So if not, I'm still not ready to buy. Close. But maybe it's this one right here. Just keep an eye on it. I've been watching it now for a few days. It's on my radar. If you're looking for a company with fundamentals, it's got great fucking fundamentals. It's got fucking awesome fundamentals. So I'll just keep watching this right now, but keep an eye on GCT.
No limit to the size of.
I want this bad, really bad. If I can get $24 with options on it, fucking all day long. This is what my biggest problem here is. This right here. That right there. And we haven't had a new high. So series of descending highs. Maybe you get like, you know, another fake out up here. You get another lower high, and then boom, capitulation down, and we go up. We'll keep monitoring. I'm not quite convinced yet.
Do you want to?
I want to buy this really bad because it's on its daily trigger.
Edge of news for
I want it so fucking bad right now.
Sign up today and get our special.
And it's got options, so keep an eye on it.
Years worth of our service.
And I'll be back with you guys shortly.
2%.
Sorry. I keep getting pumped on GCT. It'd be a nice, and it's cheap too. It's like right now it's trading $32. You could like sell puts below $20 on it. It's a good one. I want to own it pretty badly. There we go. Is it really Zach's #1 buy? Strong buy? Yeah, it's pretty badass. If you check out, I went back and looked at all of its guidance, all of its year-over-year stuff. It keeps expanding. It's growing. It's like everything is beautiful about this company. It's a fucking great company. So if you like those kind of it's not something that you would not want to own. If you got stuck bag holding it, I would feel great holding it as a bag holder. All right, I'll be back here and I gotta take this break. I took like a 5-minute break, but it wasn't enough. I made a phone call and I didn't get the walk and I didn't get the exercise. I didn't drink enough water, so I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. Dude, what is going on with this fucking computer on this fucking monitor? Seriously. All right, bear with me here in the background. All right. I'm eating some lunch in the background, so you're going to hear me mute while I eat. Take a look at all right, we did all. You know, I'm just going to delete it all. Delete everything. All right. Now I want you to watch something here. Yeah, I'm living on the edge. Hold on. You see this daily trigger or this? I want you to watch this here. Price is stalling. Yeah, smoke away. Just, I want you to be aware of something here. You have the hourly trigger here, right? This is of concern to me. Hourly trigger, right? Well, I'm drawing that wrong, but it doesn't matter. The point will be taken here in a minute. You have the half-hour trigger crossing. It's hard to see, but it's there. You also have a stalling of price here. We're stalling. You see it? We shouldn't be stalling. Now, because of what today is and because of, you know, CPI and selling vol before we get there and that kind of stuff, there's an easy. I wouldn't be shocked if it was like all of a sudden, boom, we're mooning again, right? Straight up there, especially into this event that we have tomorrow, right? But just humor me for a minute here. This is what I'm going to say to you here. It's a very important thing, okay? Hold on here. Let me make sure. Hold on a second. Trigger screen. Where's my? I'll put my camera back on. Okay. So looking at this, we know we have an event, right? Gather around. If you're in the Discord, I'm going to go to the Discord and tell them to gather around. Okay. I want to make sure people from the Discord are able to pile in if they're on break or whatever they're doing. Okay, so there's some key points or key things to be looking at here. The first one is I really like being above the hourly and daily trigger. I really like price, hour, daily. I never like being underneath price being underneath the hourly trigger. I don't like the cross of the half hour and hourly trigger either. And I don't like the stalling of price here. What I would really have liked to have seen was the initial move up, right onto the 1 and 5 minute, the bull cross that starts here, consolidation, and an immediate move higher. Immediate. I talked earlier about a three. I said when we're down here buying this, right? I said what to you? I said we will look back in 3 hours, right, and see where we are at. I want to see what happens in the next 3 hours, and it's been about 3 hours, and I'm not happy with this. That does not mean that we can't go higher here. But I don't like the 3 hours, I'll be honest with you. And not only do I not like 3 hours, I don't like the cross above at all. I don't like the half-hour crossing down below the hourly trigger. I do know that because they're coming into an event that they might sell volatility. Let me make this bigger so you can all see this better. So I'll start over again, okay? This is a key point. We're in a key moment to the market. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is very important shit. This means a lot. It's important. Okay, I can't impress upon you how important this is. So I don't really mind that we went blasted down to the daily trigger. Yeah, let's buy that. Fuck yeah, everything's awesome, right? Everything's great. We retraced at least half of it. But we're stalling out here, right? We don't have, there wasn't like any like boom, right? Back test the bull cross and then an immediate move higher. We're now above the hourly trigger and we're just trucking along, right? That was bottom. Trucking along like it's nobody's business. That hasn't happened, has it? The cross, though, on the half and full hour has happened, and that is cause for concern. Makes me question what's really going on. And there's two things here that I want you to realize as we head into the end of the day before CPI. I don't care about what CPI is good, bad, or whatever. I mean, I do care. I have my own thesis on what's going to happen, but, or at least does it matter or where we're headed to and all that kind of stuff. On intraday day trading moves, it does matter, right? It matters to you what happens. So I'm going to leave you with this. Or not leave you today. I'm going to eat the rest of my lunch. My lunch is sitting here dying. So I'll say this to you. If into the end of the day, let me get the, let me mark the vertical line here. So here's 1600, okay? This is 4 p.m. If the sell volatility crowd comes in, right? This is where someone has sold the market down, sold the market down, sold the market down, sold the market down. And like, you know what? We don't want to fuck around with the CPI report tomorrow. Take the money and run. So I'm going to take the hedge off the market, right? You do not want to be where we are right now. You do not want to be long here. Like a new long, putting a new long on the market here. Like, hey, I'm going to get long here into this close unless you see price show you the way. And I want to explain to you what that means. That would be that we come up here and at least get right here, back test this, and catch a new high. It's really simple. Not rocket science. It's very, very simple. And you need to just go right there. That's about it. To even start to consider getting long into tomorrow's report, okay? To even consider getting long into tomorrow's report. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what can happen here into this close is they can sell this down and we can trade right down here. They can catch it. They can catch you as a buyer. They're already doing it. We're not already doing it, but look at it. They're already panic selling. They're already like, fuck that cap. Sold everything, and I'm going to sit here and wait. So what they can do is get us underneath this. You got to actually have a cross right there, right? Blast you down here like it's nobody's business. And this half-hour trigger can come racing down. This is every half hour, right? It's only 2 p.m. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yeah, we got 4 of these left. 4 bars to the downside there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're trying to come back up here, and they blood your ass straight down to like 510. Not 512, not where I had my bar. Yeah, I want to buy that last little dip down there at 512. Like straight up blast you down to 510. They then take the hedge off the market. They don't give a fuck what CPI is, and the move is higher tomorrow from down here. So I want you to be aware of this. You can see, you can't see it right now, but right here, there's a point right here. 1, 2, and then 3 right down there. So just be very careful of this to the downside. There's no guarantee that this happens, but I want you to look at this from two perspectives here. And the first one is, hey, I'm a bull and I'm trying to get long before CPI. You have no business getting long here unless you are above the hourly trigger. Okay? And to that point, there's a trap here for bulls with the cross to actually blood us down. Get underneath here, get the half-hour trigger racing down, try to pull this back up, and then all of a sudden you're down here at 510 looking for a dip buy. So if you did buy down here, we're back to zero date hedge, cheap. What is this, 510p? I don't know what those costs are for the close, or 512p to print 510. Or you're just long here with some stops. So, you know, maybe your stops are here if you're going to go back to zero and you've got some calls for down the road. You can get stopped out. Don't hesitate to get stopped out if you're like, yeah, I bought calls for $1 and all the way down here, and they went up to, I don't know, $1.50, whatever it is, and it comes back down to $1. Get out of your calls and just sit on your hands until we're back above the hourly trigger. The number one rule of this game is wealth preservation. That either means close your calls instead of a loss. Maybe some puts to cover. Maybe you bought the calls and they're $1.20 and you want to buy 10-cent puts. Yeah, it's another extra 10 cents you paid for your calls. If they don't work out, you got to hold on your calls a little bit longer. Just be aware of that. And if you're not in a trade long here, you have no business being long here if we're going to go down here or until we get above here to go higher. Okay, you got nothing, no business doing any of that into this close. And this can just be a function of, hey, I want, like I'm the Doom Mafia, right? We have volatility. I'm going to show you this here in just a minute. I'm getting laughed at right now. I'll start it over again because people are just showing up from the Discord. I'll start from the beginning. Okay? So we're walking into an event, and there's some concern here. You have the cross. We have the initial blast down, right? Hey, hedge yourself. Yahoo made some money, right? Then we bought the dip down here. We come up and we settle in. We've got a bull plane right here. At 11:30, we said when we were buying this, we're going to look back in 3 hours around 2 p.m. and see what's happened. The expectation here would be that we had traded higher already, broke above the hourly trigger, and we're making our way higher. 1, 2, 3, right? That has not happened. Now, there's some functionality here of, selling the vol, right? And there's some people out there with a hedge on. They've got long calls in VIX. They got fucking shorts in the market. They got puts in the market for this doom and gloom shit, and they want to get paid, right? So they know the event's at 8:30 in the morning. They have to get paid in the cash market. There's a fair chance in here. Let me get rid of all this for a minute. There's a fair chance in here that they're going to get paid. And they'll sell the news into the close. I guarantee if this does happen, that bears will chase this hole. When they say to you they say to you on social media, you become the hole, this is the trade that I'm talking about as well, right? So if they do end up selling this down into the close, a bear is like, yeah, CPI, woo! They stay short, they stay on puts, and tomorrow the market just rips on that CPI report, okay? So if you're not in a long position, you have no business taking a long position if the vol control crowd steps in or if the selling vol crowd steps in until price is above the hourly trigger, back checks and shows you a new high. It's that simple. You have no business taking a new trade until you see something like that. Now, if that does happen, yeah, we'll race up into the close. It'll be hunky-dory and everything's awesome. We're back off and running again. Sell the news crowd is in charge. But here right now, I wouldn't be long. Now, if you were long down here and you're like, well, I'm still long, Cap. I got some calls for next week or something. I haven't touched them. You can buy some cheap puts for today at the close, maybe 512s to print 510. And that's a cost to you, insurance doing business. Or let's say you're in this for $3.50 or something, $3. And let's say that you're now at, I don't know, let's just say you're at $3.25, right? You can close those up for 25 cents, win, or you can buy some puts for your as a hedge to the downside. If you're going up this side, you're going to make $6-7. Then you don't give a fuck about 10-cent puts or 5-cent puts or whatever. Just you're now in for $3.10, okay, to print $7 or $8. And if we blast down here, whatever that 10-cent call or puts were, they're probably going to pay for whatever this trade was for you. And you still have that $3 call that maybe goes down to $2 or something, or $2.50 that you've already paid for with puts to print you the $7 to the upside later. So do not be adding calls here. If you are like if you're like, hey, I'm going to enter a new position for the end of the day, you have to get above that hourly trigger. Otherwise, that path to the downside into this close is likely going to be this break down below here. And they're going to try to chase you down at minimum to 512. And I would likely gander that they'll try to take you down to 510. So right there. And right there into that close. And that's probably going to take over here, somewhere over there. Just be wary of it. And are you prepared for this? Now, if you're a bear and you're like, well, hey, Cap, I'm already positioned for that to happen, I'm going to warn you that if this does happen to the downside into the close, that you are going to be closing your short and not holding short. I guess you could keep a short open if you wanted to, but if you were in puts or something like that, you definitely do not want to hold those puts into tomorrow unless you can hedge on the upside in futures or Globex for a face ripper to the upside. I mean face ripper. As soon as that vol kicks off tomorrow, I'm going to show it to you here in just a moment, okay? I want to show it to you here in just a moment. So the other side of this trade is where we go up, catch a high right there, come back down, and start catching yourself a new high right here. And then you would look for entering a trade right here. You would actually see I'm not drawing this the best, but you would see the 1-minute trigger come up right here. You would see price squeeze up just like that. And you can jump on that trade right about there. Like, hey, Cap, I'm long. Fucking, the selling the vol crowd's coming in. We're going to the moon. Do you understand what I'm hoping that you understand what I'm saying here. Okay, now, with all of that said right there, do you guys have any questions on this? Let me see what you guys are saying. Do you guys have any questions on this? You at least understand the thesis behind this? Now, there's trade number 3. They grind this shit sideways. If they grind this sideways into the close here and they're like, you're walking the plank for your CPI, I want to talk to you about that right now. And right here. Yeah? Hold on. Can I show you this? Hold on here. I want you to watch volatility on the 10th gets murdered. Straight murdered on the 10th. So regardless of outcome, right? We're going to switch back over to that trigger screen. So if they pin this into the close, right? Regardless of outcome, tomorrow. Let's say they pin this sideways into the close. Let's say at 8:30 in the morning, they blast us down, right? They're like, oh, doom and gloom, right? Haha, we got paid. You also know that volatility is going to die, buy open. So again, think about this now again, okay? Let's now look at these. Let's look at these three options here, okay? Your first option is wait until down here in the bell, right, to get long. Looks like a winner to me. Do not go long here because you're expecting volatility into the morning, max volatility, to be honest with you. So that would still be your trade down there. And only if they're going to sell volatility today into the close, you would be waiting for us to be above the hourly trigger, right? So, woo, sell the vol crowd, bag holders down here, off and run into the upside. Is that clear for you today? Was that clear or no? Sorry, I'm eating something right now. Let's look at one last thing. Let's take a look at velocity here. Velocity looks good on the hourly for the bulls. Velocity on the daily looks great for the bulls this morning. But when they took down the market, it now does not look so good. It's not showing up on this chart here right now, but I can show it to you on this other one. And daily velo is looking bad. It's coming down right now. Series of lower highs on weekly velocity as well. So there's risk here for bulls. There's most certainly is risk. You actually see him trying to pound this down right now, right on a, this is a daily trigger. You actually see them ticking it down, trying to push it down right now. 4-hour trigger, it's a battle between the bulls and the bears right now. On the 1 hour, bulls are winning currently. 30-minute, bulls are winning. 30-minute basis. But on the 4-hour basis, not so good, right? What happens if you're losing the 4-hour? Does anybody out there know? You don't want to be losing the 4-hour because it can be a bloodbath. So let's look at time frames really quick. So on a 4-hour basis, you're talking about a major trend change that can last for weeks. 1-hour basis, a trend change that can last 1 week to 3 weeks. 4-hour can get really ugly. It's either weeks, days, or price. It's either time or price. But either way, on a higher time frame, bulls are losing at the moment. Okay. Now, if you're like, hey Cap, what about what do I do, Cap, from here? Well, I gave you the sideways trade, I gave you the all the way down trade into the close, and then I gave you the upside trade. So we either want to see some. Let me move this over. You either want to be seeing on higher time frames. On a higher time frame, on a 4-hour time frame, you want to see improvement to start to get long, and you don't want to be here on a higher time frame long without protection or starting longs on protection on this time frame. Like on a higher time frame, 4 hours, it's looking kind of bearish. On a 1 hour, it's looking neutral to bearish. So my recommendation to you is to be flat if you're a bull, or hedged if you're a bull, at least into the close. What's going on right now? What am I saying right now? Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Nat Lee. Who's Nat Lee? What are you saying? EMA crossovers aren't something new. These aren't. This isn't an EMA crossover on a one time frame though, is it? Nat Lee. Who's Nat Lee? Hold on a second here. Let me find out who this Nat Lee is, because Nat Lee's talking out of his ass. Hold on a second here. Nat Lee's been following since March 20th. Who's this Nat Lee? Do you have Nat Lee? This isn't hold on a second here. Who's this Nat Lee? Hold on a second. Ah, he's got 6 messages. I wonder who he is. No, he's not. He's somebody. I don't know who he is. Is he stinky? That's one of them. He's not talking about velocity. Velocity, though, is he? He doesn't want to. Oh yeah, it's probably like somebody stinky. I have someone that's stalking me right now. I'm wondering if that's him. I got like a psycho killer. Oh, he did? Yeah, I've got a stalker right now. That's likely him. I literally had to go to the fucking police. It's like all fucked up. All right, Sideshow Bob. It's Sideshow Bob, Bork. I had to check and see who it was. We got a name for him. We call him Sideshow Bob. If you guys don't know, Winky, it's Winky's. We're calling him Sideshow Bob right now. That's our name for him. And we know, you know what the scariest part is? He's watching all day long too. We were like, he's got a bunch of drop accounts and stuff. It's really creepy. You guys have no idea. Yeah. So his name's Sideshow. I want you guys to know this right now. There's a guy in our stream right now watching this show every day. His name, we call him Sideshow Bob. He's hella creepy. We ended up doing this like big thing, like to find out like what was going on. It's so fucking creepy. It's hella fucking creepy. This guy's like a psycho, man. He beat up his wife and then like beat up some other woman. And really fucking crazy shit. He's got like protective orders all over the country and stuff. It's bizarre as fuck. No. He's just a fucking scammer. He's like an internet troll or something. I didn't know that he was, but he is. And I had no idea. I had no idea about a bunch. I can't talk about a bunch of this stuff, but it's real. So yeah, it's really bizarre too. He's trying to I can't talk about it right now because there's something going on. And by the way, if you're watching right now, they're fucking coming for you. And I can't fucking wait to when it happens. So if you're watching right now, you're blocked and you're watching right now, they're coming to get you. You're going to fucking prison. I got your ass and you don't even know it. That's true. That's 1,000% true. But you're gonna know, and there's no way for you to get out of it at this point. You're fucked at this point. Like, if you guys don't know, you'll see me on Twitter right now being very aggressive. It's not because I am. It's because I know who he is and what he's doing out there. I'm trying to find out where he's at, what he's doing, and shit like this. But if you're watching, right, I know you're watching right now. I'm telling you right now, you're going to prison. I got you. I caught you. You fucked up. And I'm not going to tell you how you fucked up, but you fucked up and I caught you. You don't actually know that, but you're going to find out because it's done. Sorry. All right, let's get on to the stuff. We're not going to give that person any more of my time. We're going to move away from all that stuff. So here you go. Here's the layout for the rest of the day for today, okay? And so if you're a bull, you've got no trade here, right? You want to get above the hourly trigger. You want to see the vol control gang come in. You know what's funny about that last guy, too, is I'm like, you know what's funny about one last thing about that guy? That guy doesn't do shit. That guy doesn't stream all day long. That fucking guy doesn't do a fucking posts for you all day long. That fucking guy doesn't do shit. Sit there and troll. You troll all day long. You can suck my balls, bitch. You can put both my balls in your mouth and suck on them all fucking day long. And I know you're watching and listening right now. The guy I just blocked. You can suck them all fucking day, buddy. Suck them. Community, baby. You don't have it. You never will. You just troll in the background. All right. Get away from all that stuff. So you've got no trade here as a bull, okay? You have to wait and see what happens. You got nothing. If we get above here, though, I'm willing to entertain a trade to the upside into the close. So pay attention to price action here into the bell at 4 p.m. Pay attention here at the price action because this can move fast. We can move fast to the downside, move fast to the upside, even if they grind this stuff in to the close. Yeah, dude, all you guys out there right now, I see all your names as you're chatting out there. Fucking, you guys are my fucking boys. You're my family, my friends. I've been friends and family with you since day one. And I will always be here for you. 24 hours a day. I eat and shit and sleep this shit with you guys. I love all of you out there. I love you more than the entire world. I want you to know that. But seriously, you have no idea how much I love our community. I can't tell you right now, but soon I'll be able to. As soon as this shit gets finalized, I will come public and talk to you guys about it. You're never going to believe me if I told you. You wouldn't believe me. You literally wouldn't believe me. And when I'm allowed to talk about it, I will. I promise you that. And what makes this thing badass is that we are a community. We always have been since day one. And I love that about you as my community. Dude, I am loyal to you guys. You guys got me forever. You don't know how much I love you guys. You have no idea. No idea. No idea. So you got no business here. We'll wait and see if they pin it into the close. We'll wait and see to the downside if they make a move. If they do make a move, what you can do here is you can set up two trades. You can set up a call trade. You can set up a put trade. If you start to see us heading to the downside, slam that put button. Slam that short button. If you see us start heading up, we start proofing it to the upside. We'll start buying calls into the bell. You know, it's a funny thing. Like, I've got children, and I've got a wife. I got a wife and two children, right? Two daughters. I got a wife. You know why my wife and children love me? I'll tell you why. Because I'm there for them every single day. I'm there for them through thick and thin. There for them through all of it. Good times and bad, baby. I had a house fire once. I ran in my house, fight that fire. I got my kids out of that house. I would die for my kids and my wife, right? I would die for my children. I'd die for my wife all day long. And that friendship, that loyalty, that all that stuff, right, takes years. Been married to my wife for 20 years. 20 years. 20 years, I kid you not. You know why? Because she didn't want to fire me for being such an asshole that men can be. You know? So if wherever you think I'm an asshole or something like that out there, I'm a loyal guy. I'll always be loyal to you to the end of days. Till I'm an old man and I die and kick off of a heart attack or something like that. So I want you to know that as a community as well, that I carry that with myself in my life. Joe Donut knows me, has known me for many, many, many years. A lot of guys in here have known me. Winky's known me for a long time, but a whole bunch of people have known me for a very long time. And I'm a loyal, committed guy to you guys, just like I am in the rest of my life. So hey, what's up, short seller? What is it? Hey, short seller. Someone was telling me earlier today you had a great plan. What's your plan, brother? Short seller ST. ST short seller. Dude, what's going on today? What's your plan for this CPI? Dude, short seller, dude. This morning I was like, if you're long this market, buy some puts. I was like, buy cheap puts. And we blasted down. Oh man. Yeah, you got any plans here? Someone was saying that I forget who it was saying that you're popping off some charts or something that looked great. I don't know who was saying. I don't know. I'll have to find out. Someone said something to me in chat. They were like, go check out short seller. I haven't had the time, man. I've been busy all day with the show. Yeah, she didn't fire me yet. I haven't done anything bad enough to get fired yet. My kids still love me. That's a rarity. My kids, dude, you know what they do? My kids are like, every time I want to hate you for something, because a lot of my kids' friends are like, they have the parents that are like, they do the parenting things you're supposed to do that are, like, you're like, oh, my parents, I don't like them. And I'm like anti that. I'm like, you're going on birth control. There'll be no baby making. My wife's like, we're going to talk about sex. Yeah, dude, short seller's in the house. If you guys don't follow short seller, dude, he is a G. He goes on Twitter all the time. He like puts his neck out there for people. He puts his neck in the line every single day for people. If you don't ever follow him, find him on Twitter. Let's see what they do here into the close. I would love to buy that down there. Love to buy that down there. Love to buy that close, right, to get you all doomed up. Yeah, he's from Twitter. He's from some other places too. I want to try to like bring him on the show and interview him, and maybe we can get him to join the community in some way. Remember that too. We are a community. This has nothing to do with. This is like, it's like gamma, right? What do you got? Hold on. Negated over SPY 523, which would be equal 523-ish. Top of my channel. This is where I would want to fade. So he's saying fade 523. No trade right now. We're going to try to get short seller on the show. I have been very busy, short seller. We'd really like to. This is the other thing. This is like gamma. Like, everybody can come up with gamma, right? I want to talk to you. So this one guy was talking about triggers earlier, right? I was saying that's an EMA. It's not an EMA. It's multi time frames, right? So what I want to tell you guys is this. It's like gamma. So I have gamma models that we do every morning. I taught my daughter how to do gamma models. But you guys care about, like, hey, who's doing the gamma, right? Is it Tier 1 spot gamma? Is it Gamma Labs? Is it vol signals? Who is it, right?
That's down $1.20 or 1.39%.
And I put more value on our community than anything. We have a bunch of gamma tools being developed right now. Am I going to start saying that my gamma tools are better than fucking spot gammas? No. So you're never going to have any of that from us. I'm not really one that really puts too much weight in indicators, tools, that kind of stuff. They're all just a part of what you do. But it does matter who you are and who's doing it. It does matter who the community is helping each other out while they're doing it as well. And that's way more powerful than anything else than just a tool. I want you to always know that too. You're a retailer. You're always going to have people out there telling you. You're always going to have people out there telling you that that stuff doesn't matter, right? But it really does. Everyone's against you out there. Everywhere you are, they're against you they shit on you in Wall Street Bets, which is just place shit post. But you got Twitter's a shithole, right? You guys want a place where you have a community. You have to do it likely in a place like Discord. So that's where I put all of my eggs in, is our community. I think that our community is worth more than anything else that I ever could put weight and value in. So if anybody's ever out there telling you like that kind of stuff, I don't put any weight in Gamma either. I put value in Spot Gamma doing their thing. I put value in Vol Signals. I put value in Gamma Labs. Same thing with Short Sell RST, right? Or Trader Podcast, or David AMS, or John L, or any of those other people out there. I put my value into those people and not into anything they're talking to you about. That's where the value is. So short seller, we just went over it. Do you want me to go over it again? We have no trade here in the middle. If anything, we're likely going to go down to the close. Until we get above the hourly trigger, we're not putting anything on. But we did go long here earlier. We did go long down here. We did take a long there. I would need to be above 518.22. 518.22, the back test of it, successful, long. Otherwise, wait for 512, 510. And we're watching to see if the selling vol crowd comes in at any point. And I'm going to take a quick break. Give me like 5 minutes. And like just 5 minutes. I have a sandwich here. I got to eat it. I haven't eaten. I'm kind of starving. If you guys have questions for Short Seller, be sure to ask him questions. He is here today. Looks like Joe Donut's here. David AMS might be here too. Winky's here. If you guys have questions about stocks, Winky is the guy. You're like in the chat. You're like, Winky, does my stock suck or is my stock good? You guys notice how the bank stocks ripping today, by the way? They all seem to be doing pretty well as well. Oh, shoot. Bork, Bork, if you're out there, I'm going to send you a DM about Winky. I need to get him into the thing. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes, guys. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Turn this back on again. Silver still pumping. Should I get a beer? Hold on a second here. I'm going to get a beer. Winky. Winky, you want to come out to the, when you're out there vacation and you want to come out to the lake house, brother? You want to come visit out the lake house? If you're listening, Winky, man, if you want to come out to the lake house, when you
Ipsos poll finds that Biden
oh, you're doing the whole family
over Trump among registered voters.
You got the kiddos and everything right on.
Rematch. Also seeing now Brent crude futures settling at $89.42 a barrel.
Oh, you can, of course.
Or 1 spot to 0.
Dude, we got the we've got a lake house and for the spring and summer, man. Bring everybody. You can come stay as long as you want. We got a boat and everything. Jet skis and water skis, and we got a boat. Well, we got a pontoon boat. I got a sailboat too.
Do you want to stay up to date with
You guys want to come? You guys want? If you guys really want to come,
then sign up.
I'd have you guys out for if any of you guys want to come out for 4th of July. You got if anyone wants to come out for like 4th of July or something like that, I'm down to have people come. I think we could sleep like I could sleep. It's 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. It's nice too. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. Oh, dude, I gotta have you out, Winky. For I saw your email, dude. I'll send you an email, brother. If you have time on your trip and you want to come stay for the weekend, free. I'll take care of everything for you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sell the boat. I would too. We'll go sailing, man. It'd be a blast, dude. I'd love to have you out, man. The kids will be there. The girls will be there. It'd be a lot of fun, man. And there's a little restaurant with like there's like a little like a bar or something. And they have a sandbar where they have a big party. There's like hundreds of people out in the sandbar. You stand in the water. They play music. They got slides and everything for the kids to play on. It's a blast, dude. You had a cottage in Quebec? Oh, dude, Quebec in the summertime is beautiful. It's absolutely stunning in Quebec in the summertime. Yeah, Winky lives near me. So I've been out to see Winky before. I drove out and met up with Winky last year, I think. And he's got a vacation coming up. He's going, I'm not going to tell you where he's going, but where he's going is amazing. But I got a lake house, man. If you want to do a pit stop, 2-3 days, day or two, whatever you want to do. I'll wear a Speedo, man, and run around naked outside. I'm kidding. I won't wear the Speedo. I might wear the banana hammock though. Yeah, I love Quebec. I love old Montreal. I love old Montreal. I love Quebec City. Like a lake house in Quebec for summer, because they have very short summers there. It's got to be beautiful. Yeah. My dad used to do that. My dad used to, we'd have like family reunions. I'm going to crack a beer. We'd have family reunions and my dad would wear a Speedo just to piss off all the family. He'd be like, what are you doing? He'd be like, oh, the family's coming. I got to wear a Speedo. It's true. He looked horrible in it, but he didn't care. He didn't care at all. It's true, though. It's funny. A little bit of weakness here. 2:48 in the afternoon. Should we check out some of these? Should we check out some of these bank tickers? We did a market brief last night, and we highlighted some bank tickers. Selling's awesome. You know, I'll tell you what, man. Like, I love boats. I love motorboats and stuff. I like wave boats. I like all boats, but there's something about sailing. It's like peaceful, calm, quiet. You have to pay attention. Takes skill. It's quiet though. Like you move with the water. You're moving with the wind. Joe Donut saying boats are meh. Joe's got boats too. Winky dude, I'll take you sailing, man. It'll be a blast. It's like it is something about it. There's like the quietness of it, the movement of it. It just feels natural. Let's see what we got here. We hold on here. It's bear time. So last night I put on the brief that there should be a dip today. Didn't go as dipping as much as I thought it was, though. Let's see if we can look at some of this stuff. Man, I knew he'd dip on the open today, but still not exactly what I thought, right? My favorite, we got JPM reporting. Let's throw some tickers up here. We're going to get rid of NVIDIA. Holy shit, went off the chart. Oop, they really did de-risk. Jamie Dimon was like, Jaime was like, we made lots of money on tech or on AI. It's like we're done with AI right now. This dip on JPM is a little bit more than I expected. Let me show you what I expected here in JPM. So here's the JPM chart. And I'm like, yeah, we'll come up here in the open, roll this bad boy down, and we should get to 190. This is what I've got for 197. But we're a little bit lower now. It's 195. We're going to switch back over really quick to the bottom right screen. We're going to go to JPM. And we bounced off 195. But we are trading back up at 196. And I've got this as a recovery trade. I have this JPM. What's going on here? Getting all lost here. So I got JPM on a pullback this morning, right? A push up, then a drop down. We got the drop down in JPM, but I've got it recovering here too and trading back up to trade. I've got this also trading back up to go back to attack 200. I think you're going to find that JPM is going to have a great. I'm looking forward to JPM saying we did wonderful, and I think what they're going to tell you is that they longed AI. I listened to Jamie Dimon talk about it, and how they implying that they were in that trade. He had a lot of bad stuff to say about AI, and then he came out and said some really nice stuff, even though they were de-risking, looking for a broader trade in this trade. So I'm pretty bullish here. I'm actually bullish to about 205. I don't know that the 205 comes immediately, but I'm pretty bullish on them. So I'd really like to see them get above. And they have a report on Friday. Now we get the weakness possibly tomorrow, so we'll draw that one in, right? But I think we still recover. Come back down here, crank higher. I think that's it for their earnings. But I think they're going to be a carryover trade past their earnings like a week or two later. And you could possibly see this one come right back down here. So they got a good earnings, right? We got the volatility for tomorrow. Come up here. Woohoo. Everything's awesome for the weekend or for their report. And then we blast back down. Dealers are happy. And then the bigger move comes later for JPM. So there's JPM. I'm fairly bullish on JPM. Now, I'm not crazy bullish. There's a better chart than JPM. We'll talk about that chart here in just a moment. Let's switch back over to the main screen. That's one from the brief last night. So we're just going to check back on this close. No movement right now, just pinning the market. The next one we're going to do, JPM actually worked out quite well from what we charted. I'm going to do my favorite one, though. And that's STT. So on the bottom here, this is JPM. And I had someone ask me a good question about this chart, about the next one we're going to look at. So we're going to switch over to, let's look at Tesla. Tesla's still doing good, so we'll leave that one up. We're going to look up STT. State Street Corporation. And I really like this chart a ton. And I want to show you this chart from last night, too. So this is the, so I did a bunch of charts last night for supporters. So when you're like, why are we doing this these days, right? Everything is free still. But if you want to support the community, you want to get the community involved, you want to be a part of the Discord, you want to get access to the triggers, to the velocity, you want to get access to the market briefs and all that stuff, all that crazy stuff, right? Right here. This is STT. I wrote 1 hour chart, best chart, my view. And this is what I wrote here was expected downside move today. See it right there? Expected downside move for it to hold and for us to go up, right? Got a little bit of weakness in it, but what I want to draw your attention to in STT, what I want to draw your attention to in STT is you've got a major cross here, or you've got a huge move down in STT into their monthly trigger, their weekly trigger, and they've bounced around 1, 2, 3, 4. They made this big giant move up right here. What's fascinating about this move is the pullback confirmed on their daily trigger that they're going higher. And so what I really want you to see here, the important part of what I want you to see here in this pullback is when you have this big concentration down here of momentum, right? I always talk about the hourly trigger squeezing off it and coming back to back check. But what else is awesome is when you come back and check the daily trigger and it holds. And of course we went boom to the upside. So STT, I love this ticker. And look at where we're at right now. I'm going to bring this on a daily basis. So this is a daily basis, and this stock loves to make huge moves like whoom. Smaller one, big one. Smaller one. And then what's this one doing right here? This one's got a lot of momentum behind it. You see that momentum just raging on STT. And they report on Friday. So what are we looking at here? A giant gap. Look at this gap right here. There's a gap on STT that is phenomenal. Big old gap right here. Has to be filled in. There's another gap above right here. $85, $88. Currently trading $76.60. So on a 30-minute basis here, there's your $85 right there. It's just begging. Begging. On a shorter term basis, we got this one right here, right? And that one's already been taken out. So that one's already gone. Whoop. Get rid of that. STT heading into their report on Friday. Any dip to $75 is a buy for a price target of $80. If it comes back down for the dealers to $75, next target straight shot to $85. Trade is dead below $75. But along to 85 is a great trade on this one. That's STT. I love this. This is a great trade. 1, 2, 3, and then boom. Right there. What I was asked about STT was, someone was told, well, aren't they have to do a lot of stuff with regional banking? And I'm like, they do. And then I'm like, you know what else? I'm like, market makers don't care. They accumulate and distribute. That's what they do. They don't care. They do it until it blows up. So there's two of the tickers for Friday. I did a couple others too. I did Citigroup. I did BlackRock, Wells Fargo. Gotta flex my. Let's take a look at that. We have something else juicy coming up too, but it's not yet today. I'll give you one other. What's up, Uncle JBJ? Good to see you, brother. So, I got one other one for you. We're gonna start. We're gonna start charting it for pro traders very soon. XLP. It's not ready yet. It's a good short. I think 2 weeks ago we told you it was a good short, and it's been phenomenal. It's been just rolling and rolling and rolling to the downside. XLP is like, start watching it. It comes into seasonality April 25th. So in the next 15 days, over the next 15 days, just keep XLP on your radar. Oh, look at the doom. If you were thinking about taking a call earlier at 2 o'clock, you're welcome. I'm watching it too, Nino. You never know, Nino, man. They like sell the vol at like 345 or something, 350. That's what kills me, Aces. So like yesterday, when I left yesterday, right? I got on the phone with Joe Donut and I was like, oh, fuck, if we trade sideways all day long tomorrow, I'm going to fucking want to drill a hole in my eyeball on stream. I mean, if we like, so this summer we got to come up with a game plan this summer. We might turn the show over to you guys this summer because when we get into like the summer, we get into that summer trade. Oh man. Oh man. Like grind sideways for 4 days, then get a move on Friday. Fall. I need a hammock. I definitely need to get a hammock. Like what is the summer trade called again? I'm having a mind block on it right now. Not the sell in May trade, but the summer trade is like place a trade and fall asleep or something. Drink a beer and open your laptop like 5 days later. Yeah, the summer doldrums. Like, oh. You're going away for the whole summer, Nino? The doldrums, baby. I think last summer was pretty good, but most summers are not. Most summers are like, I'll just sit there and start drooling, like drool going out my face. I'm like, what's happening here? And maybe we'll switch to, maybe we'll find out like we'll start in the summer. Maybe this summer we'll focus on like the top 10 gainers and the top 10 losers, so we can at least spice up the show. Yeah, I hope that we don't go through that this summer. I hate when that happens. Like what's getting taken to the woodshed, and what can we short, what can we buy a bottom on for halfback trades. Yeah, I could. I'd like to see us like trade the 550 and then have like an early summer correction and then have like a slow grind up and then a bigger correction late summer. You guys want some bear music? We can play some bear music. Let me see if I have any decent music here today. Yeah, you want some bear music? You dirty dogs, you. Let's see. Can we get any bear music? Let's see. DMC safe music stations for live streams. Nah, that stuff all looks pretty good. It's all bull music. Nah. How about this 18 plus webcam? Hardest BDSM techno. It's got to be bear music, right? Let's play that and see what this thing sounds like. Ooh. Oh, yeah, get right through it. Oh. Yeah, touch it. My nasty foot. Yeah, touch it. That's your first stop, your next stop. Bears doing it again. It's only 3:12 in the afternoon, Bears. Coming back for a retest of 1 minute trigger at 5:16:30. SPX gamma up down below here. Keep your eyes on this below. This is where the buyers were. I want to pay close attention to this down here. Buyers were buying this earlier. We are currently right here just above it. So you want to be very careful if you're a bear. Make sure that this is not bottom, okay? They're going to come back and retest this 1 minute trigger, possibly even retest the 516.73. So far, we've got a higher low in the day, no lower low yet. Let's take a look at Bookmap really quick. I'm going to leave this on SPX Gamma just so you can see. Let me draw this in so it's permanent-ish. Buyers showed up right here. Buyers also showed up here. Buyers then showed up there. Buyers just showed up here. So they got pushed down the original move that they made. See right there, that white box right here? Or the third of the 1, 2, 3, they pulled back lower than the first buy. So we'll know if this is the last known place buyers were. Last known place right here. $3:16 in the afternoon, 45 minutes left. Let's look at some trades. I'm going to look at May 3rd. May 3rd, 530C. It's trading $2.45 right now. We keep trading this ticker. We keep trading this strike. This 530 is a great ticker. It's like a big focal point, a lot of interest on it. A lot of time here. This is the last known place that we know buyers are at. We're pretty close to the daily trigger. Fairly close. Daily trigger's right here, right where my cursor is. Horseshoes and hand grenades, not too far off, is it? Now trading 247. I haven't taken a trade yet here. Looking for a starter position. Still no trade. They bought that. They bought that whole entire half-hour candle. You see that shit? Woof. They bought all of that candle on SPY. About that whole half an hour.
Fed's Bostic says it's always possible the Fed's growth forecast could rise.
These are all buyers in here. Nice half-hour buy.
From Macro Headline Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Strong buyers in here. I want to know what the volume was this last half hour here from 3 to 3:15. Or sorry, 3 to 2:30. Hold on. I think they're buying the fuck out of that right there.
On Yahoo Finance, a live video is available on the feed for anyone interested.
Someone was buying the hell out of that.
Bostic says CPI coming in at consensus would be a welcome development.
Uh-oh. 2 million. Woof. 2 million. Pretty good. End of day. Fed's Bostic. House Hawk saying CPI coming in at consensus would be a welcome development. Whoa.
For a lot of services is still quite high.
This is Bostic right now.
This moving forward. What I would say is that when I talk to my business contacts through the southeastern United States, what they're telling me is a story that gives me some confidence. One is that demand is starting to slow, is not slowing rapidly, but it is moving in the right direction and one that's consistent with what I would expect if we're going to get to that 2% target over time. A second is that they're pretty
long 530C for May 3rd.
Force, and they're not looking to lay off a lot of people, and that's quite positive as well. But the third thing that is quite important and relevant in this context is that most of them are feeling like they have less pricing power than they had, say, a year ago or 18 months ago. Their ability to pass through price increases, they tell me, is much weaker than it was before. And I think that is going to put some constraint on the degree to which inflation can start to move in that other direction. Now, of course, that's what they've told me the last 3 or 4 months.
This guy's a hawk, by the way, if you don't know that.
Continue to tell me as people start going on vacations and taking their trips. It'll be an important time and an important data point to keep track of.
To your point, President Bostic, I mean, you've only penciled in a 1 rate cut for this year. You don't see it happening until the 4th quarter. Given what you just mentioned, given the strength of the job market, what is the prospect of not cutting rates at all this year? How realistic of a scenario is that?
Keep going, 530Cs.
Well, you know, I actually think that the risks are somewhat balanced relative to where my outlook is. So that would say that the economy could accelerate in ways that mean that we have an ability to be more patient even than we are right now, or the economy could slow. You know, I keep trying to remind myself that over the last 6 months of 2023, inflation moved far more robustly than I expected. And that possibility is still out there. And if that pace of decline resumes, it could be the case that I will view pulling forward my inflation outlook and my policy outlook so that we're cutting rates sooner.
Whoa, he is fucking dovish as fuck right now.
But I do think the risks are balanced. And given that the U.S. economy has been so robust and so strong and so resilient, I can't take off the possibility that the rate cuts may even have to move further out.
If you do pull forward your forecast, would that mean that you could see more than one rate cut on the table this year?
It's possible. Look, in the last SCP, our dot plot submission, I had 2 cuts for this year because I had taken on board the rapid decline of inflation through that last 6 months of 2023.
Bostic Dovich.
What happened for me is that it slowed down. And the pace went back to the pace that I had expected initially, which had me at 1 cut. So, I'm open to whatever the data tell us, however the economy evolves, that will govern and guide what I think the appropriate path for policy is. And at this point, I think it's 1. But as months pass, I may move to 2, or I might move to 0, and we'll just have to see where the chips fall.
You mentioned earlier in the interview that if CPI were to come in with expectations, that would be welcome. How many more prints of CPI, PCE moving in that direction would you need to see to become fully confident that inflation is moving back to begin initiating those rate cuts?
So that's a really hard question to answer. I mean, on some level, it depends on the degree to which the numbers come in on point.
I'm with you, Joe, now on 530 Cs for the third.
And so it's really hard to know. What I would say, though, is that in addition to the top line number, I'm actually looking at a number of other things as well. So as you know, the top line number is sort of the average or aggregate of the changes in prices of all the goods in the basket. But what our team does in Atlanta is we also break it down and say, okay, if you go item by item in the basket, what share of the basket is showing price increases greater than 3%? Or price increases greater than 5%? You have a lot of goods at 5%. It's hard to get to 2. And what we're seeing right now is that the distribution, if you look at the distribution of price increases, there are far many at the 5% level or higher than what we typically see in a normal time. And as long as that distribution is showing that latent price pressure, we're going to have to be
530 Cs now trading.
I'm looking at a number of other things.
271.
I'll really want the totality of those measures to be telling me that we're getting back to a normalized level where
I've been long since down here.
It's likely to happen.
Really quick before I let you go, President Bostic, on the other that inflation is kind of at these levels, maybe a little bit lower, but not at your 2% target rate. Is there a certain unemployment rate?
So I don't have
518 10.
What I'm really trying to make sure is that we get our 2% target with
sell the crowd in the house.
And right now, I'm not hearing from businesses that they're expecting very much damage, if any at all, and that's quite comforting.
Raphael Bostic, the hawk turning dove just before CPI print.
Market side, then I'd be open to changing our policy stance and perhaps cutting sooner. But it's hard to know exactly what number I would need to see. It would really be about sort of what I'm hearing.
Shorts panicking.
I'm hearing business leaders across sectors and our geography feel about the labor market. And if it seems like there's a looming cliff that's coming.
What is that?
I'll definitely have to take that.
What the fuck is that?
Is it going to be appropriate?
What is that right there?
President Bostic, thank you so much for your insight. It's so appreciated.
The hell was that?
Again to have you back.
I'll be looking for the invitation. It's been great to talk with you.
Thanks so much.
Oh yeah, my boy Raphael Bostic. What's he doing out there? What the fuck is going on, baby? Trading 517.99, 518.07 right now. Where are we going? Where are we going right now? Get above the hourly trigger, please. Trading 280. Oh, come on, don't pull that back. Dude, talk about a day. Are you zigging and zagging with me now? Are you zigging and zagging with me now? 518.08, 518.10, break above, baby. Reaching for the sky. Trading 518.30, 518.38, 518.42, 518.46, 518.43. 518.51. Woohoo! Trading almost $3 fucking on May 3rd, 530 Cs. Can you put that one, make a marker on this one, please, so we can make a short and put that out in public? The rise of live streamers. How about them fucking apples? 518.59, 518.60. Coming back to test the hourly trigger. I love you, Uncle JBJ. What is that right there? What the fuck is that? What is that? It's off the screen. Oh, what's going on, baby? How far away is 530 right now? Woohoo! Holy shit. Oh. Trading 518.77, 518.83, 518.95, 519. I'm taking the money. Taking the fucking money. I'm taking the fucking money. Fuck you. I'm out of here. Look at that move, baby. I'm done. I'm done. If you want a target, it's right here. If you want the next target, it's up here. Reaching for the sky. Oh, you're gonna make a little place to rest your legs on right there? Is that what you're gonna do? Make a little place to rest your legs on up there? Catch a breather? Don't worry, you got the hourly trigger underneath you. What EMA is that? Show me what EMA is that. I don't think you can find it. Woo! Woohoo! Woo! Jeez, look at that. What do you guys? How about this? Here, hold on a second. Come on, Twitter. I'm going to ask you a question. Go on Twitter. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you zigging and you zagging, and you reply down in the comments and tell me if you are. You let me know in the comments if you're zigging and zagging with me or not. Just put a post on Twitter. I'll follow you. You make a comment, say I'm zigging and zagging. That's right, zigging and zagging. Woo! I didn't zig, but I did zag. That works, doesn't it? If you zig or zag, you're probably saving your account and making a little bit of money. I like it. Woohoo! Uncle JBJ, what up, brother? Kids Triangle followed you. Sleepy Bagel, brother, I wish I was following you before. Greg Peter, I'm already following you. Idiosyncratic Risk, I'm already following you. Xavier, already following you. Aloha Gual, already following you. Drew Dat, my homeboy. Uncle JB J. Bredomus. My other boy out there, Captain Donut. We just listened to Bostic live on the show, didn't we? He didn't seem bearish to me. He seemed pretty dovish to me. So I just followed a couple guys on Twitter. I just posted it. You zigging and zagging, let me know in that post and I will follow you. Citazo money, brr, baby. Frank Olson in the house right now. Boom. Going burr with the diamond hair. And Bunks eating crisps and sagging. I fucking love Bunks. Brad Armitage. My boy. Unique cut site. Splice clone. Following. Ehas Benson. Following. Done. What's Matt Rogers doing? I don't know who this guy's doing. I can't tell if he's real or not. Matt Rogers, are you real? Are you a real person? Say something in the chat here and on stream if you are. I don't know if you're a bot or not. Followed you, Chris Ferry. We'll trade the chart, then we'll go home. Love that name, and I follow you. Hells yeah. on a second here. Respond to all you guys out there. Coming back in now to step on the hourly trigger. All right, so we are right back on the hourly into the close here, right? Right back into the hourly. Bostic basically telling you that he just killed the vol on tomorrow. Well, allegedly, Bostic is basically taking all of the heat off of tomorrow's report. Now, we could be wrong with this. We also know that the market likes to kill vol. We also like to know that, or we also know that if he's taken the heat out of that trade for tomorrow, he's basically he's telling you inflation might come out in line tomorrow. So he's taking the heat out of that report. Okay, so here's the deal. I would be fucking selling vol. I personally would be. I'd be like, let's sell some fucking vol. Let's sell some fucking. Matter of fact, what's VIX doing right now? Let's take a look at the 9-day VIX really quick and see what just happened to it. Let's take a peek at the VIX 9-day. It's still quite high right now. VIX 9-day still quite high at 1544. I am gonna. If you guys want a kick-ass trade, I mean, I can't guarantee it's gonna work, but Bostic's basically taking the heat out of tomorrow's report at this point. What up, Sam? How are you, brother? So the idea here would be that you've got Bostic taking the heat off of the CPI report tomorrow. We have some other reports coming out. Don't forget that we still have FOMC meeting minutes tomorrow at 2 p.m. Don't forget that for tomorrow. That's a big whammy. Now, even saying that, Bostic today, I hear him talk, man. I follow everything that he says, and that was not the Bostic Hawk. Without a doubt, that was not the Bostic Hawk. So I'm going to go with him and think that CPI comes in line tomorrow. Now the meeting minutes, that's the scary one. That's the doom and gloomy one. We're not out of the woods until 2 p.m. They are parking us at 517.80 right on the hourly trigger for tomorrow. I would like to get some. Oh, you did? You had to step away for 30 minutes? It was pretty bad in here. Hi, Sonic Reeve. It got crazy in here for a minute. We did a baddie. We did a baddie, bro. we did the baddie. It got pretty wild in here. Look at SVXY calls if you want a short vol. So, but think about the 2 p.m. Fed minutes. So we got 2 p.m. We still got a little bit more vol tomorrow, possibly. I would really like to buy this shit right now. What are zero dates for tomorrow? Hold on. Oh, they got them juiced already. They juiced all the calls. They're like, you want to fucking play for tomorrow, buddy? It's you want a 30 delta fucking strike? It's $1.20. They're like, fuck you. Dealers like, eat shit. They got this shit stacked for tomorrow. Stacked. You got to pay to play around these parts, bro. Expectations for tomorrow. We're going to fucking moon. They're going to sell it on the minutes later in the day. You already know my thesis that we're going to 5:30, so you had so many opportunities to buy a dip today. So many opportunities this week to buy a dip. I've hammered it into you that when you're down there, when we're at extremes on the downside, you buy the fucking dip. You buy it. You buy it until you become sellers of the rip. So anything down there, if you get any more chances tomorrow morning, you get a chance today at the end of the day. You get a chance at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Any chance at volatility between now and 2 p.m. tomorrow, you buy the fuck out of it because volatility falls off tomorrow by 2 p.m. So any weakness in the market, you look to buy it. Trade the extremes. We've been talking about that, right? Trade the extremes. Buy the bottoms of consolidation until it turns into distribution. I'm going to repeat it to you and repeat it to you and repeat it to you and repeat it to you. Okay, good question. Gold and silver. This is pretty good. I'm telling you, this works pretty good. If you get a one-day green bar and then a one-day red bar, one full red day candle, like a tweezer, like one big old green bar, whoop. It should be like an impulse, like a, shouldn't be like a bullshit one-day bar like that. It should be like ramp. Then you trade after that bar. Any kind of bullshit like that, boom, trade it down. Gold comes down. Every time. Trade the extremes on range expansion. When you're in range expansion, trade the extremes. Every time. Every time we come into range expansion, trade the extremes. Don't get bulled up on the tops. Don't get beared up at the bottoms. I think that I hate that the options are so expensive for tomorrow. I mean, for fucking $1.50, for $1.50 30 delta call, you could buy a fucking May 30th fucking call for 5:30 all day long, farther out in time, all day long. All day long, 5:30 C, May 3rd. They're juicing the zero date so much right now that there's no point in not buying it farther out in time. There really isn't. Thank me later. Because if it goes against you, you still have a month for those calls to print or come flat. They're so expensive right now for tomorrow. What you could do is, I mean, 526 doesn't look that bad. 526 looks pretty good. It's cheap. My point to you is, like, I wouldn't be risking more than like 15 cents on a call for tomorrow for a zero date. They're pretty far outside of the money if you take that trade, not financial advice. If you took that, I don't know how much you're going to make off it, but you'd have to sell it on the bell. Dealers will price in us not trading 526 tomorrow. So you've got two upside targets, you've got a target of 520. You got a target of 525 tomorrow. So 526, you might get like a good the other thing you know too is this. See this right here? This is where futures wants to buy down here. This is where demand is right now. So futures is going to want to buy this lower tomorrow. So you're likely going to see a dip in the overnight, and then you'll see an upside. Then you'll see an upside move, hopefully, with the CPI report. Unless Bostic's setting us up, right? This is all based on Bostic, not my opinion. So don't be like, don't come tomorrow and be like, oh, you said this was going to happen. This is based on what I heard from Bostic. I like the dating out further. Well, today at this moment, I like the farther out call because, you know, like for $1 for a 30 delta call and a 0 date. I mean, an in the money fucking strike right now, or a 10 delta is $2.43 for tomorrow. That's a lot of fucking money, dude. That's a lot of fucking money. I get that they're pricing in us going up. You have to pay to go up there, but that's still a lot of money. I mean, just think if you had a 5:30 call, that shit's gonna print it's gonna print like crazy. It's gonna print like crazy. What is like a 2-week out call on the money going for right now? Yeah, it'll print 100%. But if you get a 5:30 tomorrow, it'll print like 200 or 300%. There's a little bit of like slippage in there for you to if you were wrong tomorrow, for it to come back. Great fucking day. Yeah, I agree with that. And I would say that to you too, like, if we gap up, you just take the fucking money and run. If you gap up tomorrow, you take the money and run. I don't care if they green bar for like 15 minutes or so. They'll like the first 30 seconds, 1 minute, they'll reprice all that shit on your ass. And they'll wait for new buyers to jump in when they do green bar it up. Take the money, renegotiate the trade. He's taking it all out. All the vol is gone from that event tomorrow morning. Unless something changes in the report, he's taken the vol out of that event at this point. Bostic has, definitely. So recommendation, you guys want, I can't give you a recommendation. I can't give you financial advice. If it was me, I would be buying 530C for May 3rd. If it was me. You could also offset that trade. I ain't seeing any cheap puts out there right now that I like. I'm looking for some cheap puts for tomorrow to offset the trade, but the puts are expensive. I don't see an offset to that trade. I don't see a cheap put. I'm looking right now. I'm looking for tomorrow and Friday. I'm looking for some cheap puts for Friday to offset that trade. I think the 530C, that far out in time, earnings season coming, tech's going to start fucking reporting. I think 530C is perfect. May 3rd. Not financial advice. You're welcome with the green bars right now, too, in that. Oh, yeah, you could do TQQ or Tina, too. That's a fair point, Sam. Good job on that one. Bunch of fucking degenerates. Oh, yeah, baby. Bring it home for daddy today. Bring it home for daddy today. Just do it all today. Take the entire event. Oh, there's got to be some pissed off bears out there. Got to be some pissed off bears out there. Has to be. If there was a bear that listened to that Bostic speech, they're scared shitless right now. Ryan Blackstone followed you. Trading 518.56 right now. Risk on the market right here into the close. Bostic a trigger. VIX 9-day just looking to get blooded down to $10. It's just begging to get blooded down to $10. Trading today a high of 17.52. JPM pumping. Q's pumping. CL flat. Bitcoin, eh. Oh, Dixie's looking to... Dude, Dixie wants to go to the woodshed. Just look at it. TNX doing just fine. In line with the stock market. IWM looking like wants to rip some face off. GCT doing nothing. SPX, baby. SPX coming back in the dip to buy, trying to fight back to 5228. That's the target, 5228 on SPX. Tesla not doing a goddamn thing. I mean, it's doing good. It's doing okay. It's grinding higher right now. STT not doing too much right now. SPX. Woo. I think we fucking gap up, I'll be honest with you. It looks like we want to gap up. I mean, look at that shit down there. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, tell me that. 1, 2, and 3. That thing wants to move. It wants to move. Looks like it wants to gap, doesn't it? Man, it wants to gap. Yeah, Bostic. Yeah, Paulie, that's what it looks like, brother. It looks like it wants to gap the fuck up and then fade all day long. I'm with you, Paulie, on that. It wants to gap the fuck up in the overnight. Trading up and up, trading 518.97, 518.99, 518.98, 97. Oh, look at him. Look at a flinch going to him right now. Look at that. Look at what's going on right now. Look at what's happening right now on Bookmap. Just grinding higher. Buyers jumping in right now. Oh, baby. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Creepy crawly up the wally. Woo! 519.23, 519.40. Do you have those 530 calls right now? Are you trading 0-8s into the bell? We are gapping, baby. Look at that book map just climbing right now. Watch out for the OI coming off the calls into the bell. Whoa. Target hit on the bell. Target hit on the bell. Ring the bell, Bears say. Ring the bell. Where are we going in the after hours right now? Trading 519.58, 519.60 right now. 519.62, 65, 66, 870, 72. Give me 520, please. Ring the bell. What's up, boys and girls? You guys want me to kill the you guys want me to get taken away here for the me to take you out of here the right way? I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Say what up on Twitter. Say what up on Twitter, baby.